Hello again, friends! And you are our friends, and welcome back to another edition of Jim Cornette's Drive Thru. Right here for another week of wrestling talk and wrestling action. What's happening in the ring? What are the bozos behind the scenes doing? All of that and so much more. I'm your host, the great Brian Last, and here I present to you the leader of the cult of Cornette, Mr. Jim Cornette.
Brian, hold on one sec. Hold on here.
Thank you.
You got through that for the first time that I can remember. You got through that whole thing using only words from the English language and put together in basically the order in which they were meant to be to make some type of coherent statement. I applaud you for that.
Well, thank you very much. I've been practicing my words.
You've been workshopping that stuff.
I've been workshopping it.
Well, you're just trying, you put the extra lilt in at the hello, friends. Like the yes guy. What was his name? Frank Nelson? Now everybody was sending me the memes. Now I've lost it again. But anyway.
Which guy? What are you talking about?
The guy in the old 60s TV shows. I remember I did that months ago when people sent the memes out he was always on the Jack Benny show. He was a regular, a reoccurring character there, but no matter if he was a shop clerk or a person, a hoity-toity hotel maitre d' or whatever the case, he'd say, "Oh, person," and he'd, yes. That is not immediately.
I know who you're talking about. I didn't know the name.
Memories of your childhood.
It evokes memories of your childhood, which is a lot before my childhood. I know who you're talking about, but I didn't remember the name.
Well, I was blazing the trail for you there. But anyway, no, that's the thing. You put the extra lilt in today, and you put the extra oomph in the introduction because you know that I am here today on your program under duress. Under duress am I sitting down here, tied down to the headphones, to the microphone, I'm wired into the wall. The people on the walls on the other side are listening to me. Under duress because the miracle of nature, Brian, has been occurring all week in my garage. The birds, they had the eggs hatched, and we got the baby birds. And there's 3 of the little rascals, and it has been wonderful. As a matter of fact, for the sake of my sanity, I hit the high points on this week's Raw and spent the extra time that I would have spent on Raw in the garage watching the baby birds. And I think everybody will be better off for me, for my sanity, and a lot of the fucking content in that program that I zipped through that I could have torn apart. But the birds are the birds aren't singing yet. Now, here's the thing. The 2 parent birds, I still don't know how to tell the genders apart. So I'm assuming it's mama bird and daddy bird, right? But at the same time, they look the same and they sound the same, but they're tag teaming on this nest. And I believe they have an auxiliary nest in the big evergreen tree out at the end of the side of the driveway, right outside the garage door, where they can commute to and from their summer home with the babies. And at first, I only thought there were 2 of them, the little chicks, the little chickadees, because they were so small at first you could only see the ends of their beaks peeking up over the edge of the nest. And by the way, if you're not a regular listener, the bird built a nest on top of my garage door opener in the garage, and now we've got a family situation. So I'm leaving my vehicle in the fucking driveway, and I also don't turn the garage light on anymore. I just don't go out there at night because it's right now. I don't want to disturb them. They need their sleep. But anyway, finally, when they got a little bit older, the parent birds will come into the driveway outside the garage door with worms in their mouth, and they'll sit there and they'll cheep at each other. Cheep, 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 cheep. And then one will fly up and sit on the edge of the nest, and then those baby birds' heads beak first shoot up, and you can see them, and their beaks are open, and they're not squawking yet, but they look like they're trying to squawk. And they want the worm, and the bird's feeding them, and boom, boom, boom. And then that one leaves, and the other one comes in with another worm. At first, they just had the little fluffs, the little tufts of, they don't even have feathers. It's just like they've got cotton, shredded cotton on their head. And the only thing formed is their beaks. And now, over the past 7 days, the feathers are starting to emerge. And they're big enough now that when they're sleeping, when the parents are away foraging for the worms, they hang their heads over the edge of the nest. So I can just stand there and look at them from 2-3 feet away. They're the most darling little things. Huey, Dewey, and Louie. And some people actually questioned whether I should allow them to set up camp in the garage, Brian. And you know, I may not be an expert in the ornithological gender identification category. That's more of a medical situation, but I do have a background in small town bird law. And they have set up residence, and I'd have to go to bird court and wait 60 days to evict them. And they're bringing us such joy around here, except for the big pile of bird shit right below the goddamn nest in the middle of the garage floor. But we walk around it.
You don't clean it up?
Well, I'm afraid to disturb their natural habitat.
What about your natural habitat?
Well, if I use any kind of cleaning materials, the aroma, the vapors might somehow give the lung poisoning to the little chicks. That's another thing.
I don't even know what to say.
They could get the bird lawyer equivalent of Stephen P. New to sue me if I poison their environment. So what are you trying to do? Get me hauled into bird court?
It wasn't what I was trying to do, and I guess you wouldn't be able to defend yourself in bird court, would you?
No, because if a bird lawyer defends himself in court, he has a fool for a client. You ever think about that?
Oh, yeah, no, I have, but I'm not a bird lawyer like you. You're the one who would have to more recently have thought about the consequences.
I'm just sprinkling seed out by the side of the driveway for the adults when they want to have happy hour, because they're heavy on the worms for the kids, but I'm thinking they need some bird seed. But otherwise we're leaving them alone and we've had plenty of rain, so they're drinking well. But they're just wonderful. It's very calming. It's a calming influence to sit and watch these baby birds mature into where they're going to be booted from the nest and fly away to start flocks of their own. So they'll be flocking out any time now. You know what isn't chicken feed, Brian?
What's that?
I'll tell you what's not chicken feed. The quality and value of the fine merchandise that you can get from Cornette's Collectibles at JimCornette.com that still costs just chicken feed. You can spend chicken feed money and you can get hamburger fucking quality. See, now that's a big fucking jump. And I've mentioned this on what program did we do last? The Jim Cornette Experience, my show, the A show that we just did here recently. That Figures Toy Company did their spring inventory down there at the warehouse, and they called me up and they said, well, we got some of your figures here. What? Yeah, I guess they didn't go out to the online store, whatever the case.
We're thieves. We kept them. We didn't think anyone would notice. And the accountant said you got running out of time to turn yourself in. Oh, come
on now. Don't accuse these people of financial malfeasance. It was just incompetence. It was straight up stupid. No, I'm just kidding. They've got a huge warehouse. They found like 15 boxes of fucking figures, right? But the point is, they've been these sold out for a couple of years now. Raw debut variant in my pink and red suit, where I was welcomed with open arms by Bobby the Brain Heenan in that famous clip, and the bloody variant, where I was cracked over the head by Paulie Dangerously's brick-sized cell phone in 1988. And I'm drenched in blood in this, and they both sold out a couple of years ago, and it was about 2 or 3 days, and boom. And I said, you got anything else of me? Nope. You've got everything now. I'm the official distributor, ladies and gentlemen, of all the remaining Jim Cornette figures in captivity, including the ones that are going to come out for this Christmas season. Stay tuned for those. But anyway, they are going on sale on JimCornette.com Saturday, June the 1st at noon Eastern. And for a very special cause, because as I mentioned also on the experience this past week, June 1st and 2nd is the annual telethon for the WHAS Crusade for Children, the oldest and largest local telethon and fundraising effort in the United States. And they help special needs kids in all 120 Kentucky counties and 40 or 50 in southern Indiana. And $10 from each of these figures will go to the Crusade for Children, and they're just under 200 of each. And then there will be no more. I've made them look again. And or if you order now before midnight. No, I'm kidding. But anyway, so Saturday, June 1st, all our regular merchandise, but also for a limited time only, basically until we run out of under 200 of each of these figures, the bloody variant and the raw variant on sale at JimCornette.com with $10 from each figure sold going to the Crusade. For more information, by the way, if you want to look it up, WHAScrusade.org is their website. You can find out all about them. And if these things sell in under 7 days, I'm going to kick in an extra $1,000. So it'll be right at about $5,000 for the Crusade this year. Because I felt bad we got tied up and we didn't do anything last year. And so we'll try to make up for it. And Jeremy Bagley, by the way, is already threatening to do another one of his campaigns where he's raised enough money by now, they ought to have cured cancer. Somebody's slacking off at the laboratory. But he may be doing something as well in conjunctifying with this. Is that what they call it when you do something kind of together with something? It's conjunctivitis.
I don't know if that's it.
But anyway, if you want to get conjunctivitis with me, folks, JimCornette.com, Saturday, June the 1st, noon Eastern. Both of these figures will go on sale while they last. And again, one more, the final chapter action figure coming out probably for the Christmas season around October this year. Stay tuned for that. But that ain't chicken feed or bird seed or hay.
Or hay.
Or hay. Haw.
All right. Well, Mr. Hay and Haw, we have an interesting show today because biography's over, Dark Side's over.
Well, I got news for you.
Uh-oh.
Apparently from a commercial I saw, the new season of Biography starts in like a week or two.
Are you serious?
I swear, unless they accidentally played an old goddamn commercial.
Who are they showing? I mean, because that'll tell us if
I think they're Randy Mulkey and the Brooklyn Brawler will be the...
Oh, that's a new season.
Yeah, they're kicking it off this year. They're getting deep in the bench with these things. But yes, I think Biography is coming back. And we've still got... We got to talk about the Flair and Dusty rivals. I think that's going to happen on the experience this week because you and I are trying to catch up also. But go ahead with your statement. I mean, they take 3 or 4 weeks in between seasons now these days.
Well, and by the way, there's another thing that people have been begging for you to review, and finally there's probably a way for you to do it easily at home. The Iron Claw is now on Max.
I knew where you were going with that, and I got to watch the Iron Claw. Stacy knows how to get the Max on the smart TV. And it's just, you know, how much was Siskel and Ebert plagued by this? How could they possibly watch all the movies that Hollywood or Rex Reed? He was only one man. We're not even sure about that. How did they keep up with all this stuff?
They just watch the movies. I mean, that's their job. They just
go and watch the movies. It's endless. It's just movie after movie and wrestling after wrestling. But
that goes.
Yes, the Iron Claw.
So you're committing to watching it.
Yes, I got to, and you're going to remind me and schedule me to watch the
Schedule
Iron
you?
Claw.
I don't know about scheduling. It's not like a movie theater. You don't have to
But
have
I
a
mean,
showtime.
as soon as we'll call our local cable company down here and we'll order it. And as soon as I watch it, I'll get back to you. Let me write that down. Iron Claw.
Yeah, write that down. Good luck calling your local cable company. We know how that'll go.
Boy, I tell you, and also here was the goddamn deal. You had to do it Monday through Friday from 9 to 5 too, because they didn't have anybody in the office on the weekends back in those days. So if Friday 5 o'clock came for the first year or two until they got the thing, you could do it if you had a touch tone phone or whatever. But and especially in some markets, even after that, in the 90s, in some of the smaller cable markets, still you had to call during business hours to say, I want this, put it on my tab.
Well, as I was saying,
yeah,
it's a different show today because we don't have all the things we need to review. So we're probably going to be able to get to some questions and who knows what else. But the things we need to review, let's get
you
them
need
out
to
of the
tell
way.
me. Well, you need to tell me what's going on too, because I've been watching the birds. So except for, I got some thoughts on Raw and AEW. I have questions. I got thoughts on Raw, questions on AEW, and otherwise, hey, I'm in your hands.
Well, I did not watch Raw. And
well, good for you.
I would and I would love to get Dynamite out of the way, but if you did watch Raw, let's just knock through whatever you saw.
Well, here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. We're in a lull. We're in a potentially there's bad weather. We're in a holding pattern. We're kind of in a static set. We're on pause. We're loading. We're fucking.
What are you talking
buffering?
About? What are you talking about?
In Raw land, it's not that they're going backwards. It's not that they're falling apart, but they ain't going anywhere really. It's just ever so slow. Maybe a glacial pace this week. It was a tough show to watch, and there was one wonderful thing on it. And if you watched the first 12 minutes of the show, then you'd seen that wonderful thing. And after that, boy, howdy, it was fucking grim. It was grisly death by the time the end came. But you missed something that you need to go back and watch. I know you've got it on one of the many DVRs there in Last Manor. Drew McIntyre not only is, for whatever reason now, one of the best fucking interviews to goddamn business. Just out of nowhere. Remember, we were like, fuck, 2 years ago, get him off the fucking screen. Tell him to shove that goddamn phony-ass fucking Spencer's gift fucking sword up his ass. Fucking fake fucking ropes, boring-ass motherfucker.
Yeah, when Vince had an interest in him.
Well, now, don't put it that way.
No, when Vince had an interest in a top guy and all of a sudden started putting words in their mouths and all of a sudden everything became unnatural, it's hard to get behind that person.
You got to end up putting things in their mouths. You've got to be careful with the wording here.
You got a dirty mind.
Vince behind a guy. Vince putting things in his mouth. No, you see, it's salacious and it's on purpose.
It wasn't on purpose. It happened. It was happenstance salaciousness.
It was serendipitous salaciousness.
I don't know about serendipitous. That I don't know who this benefits, but
is this the most verbally literate wrestling program on the air that still makes absolutely no sense? What I'm saying to you is, Drew McIntyre was all those things, right? And now he's the best promo on the fucking show. And of course, and he's working with Punk, who wasn't on this show, or it'd be a 2-horse race. But goddamn, I can't wait till both of them are healthy. Because right now, the thing I'm most interested in is between two guys on the injured list. But nevertheless, they were in Greenville, South Carolina, by God, home of the old Memorial Auditorium, which I understand is gone now.
And Austin Idol, I believe.
And Austin Idol, who is not gone, and
no.
You know, so no, he's ever present and healthy and kicking.
That's right, darling.
That's right, baby.
Jackson,
I'm telling you now, But Drew McIntyre said that Punk won't care if this was Charlotte or Atlanta, maybe, but he ain't here in Greenville tonight because he only makes the big towns. And Greenville does have somewhat of Atlanta Charlotte envy to him. And I mean, Drew, he's just got great lines, but also even if they're being written for him, he's saying them naturally enough that it doesn't slap you in the face, and it sounds like his shit.
Yeah, with him, it's been the delivery too. It's not just what he's saying; he's delivering it in a natural way,
and slyly, or with the inflection it needs, or the emphasis it needs, or what he's become the voracious orator. And one of the lines was, the Punk's line, the greatest trick the devil ever pulled, et cetera, et cetera. Well, the greatest trick, I can't do the accent. The greatest trick that Punk ever pulled was looking like a drug addict without taking drugs. Or maybe the trick is fooling all of you that management keeps taking him back and you people keep believing in him. I hate to call people stupid, but if you're a CM Punk fan, you're stupid. I mean, it's great. It's heel stuff, but at the same time, part of the genius of this thing that Drew is interesting is that it's the old-fashioned kind of heel where he feels like he has a gripe and a bitch that he can come out, but then people can turn it around on him. And because all the great heel turds, and he's still not a full-fledged, he's just Drew. He's fucking sour. It's perfect. He's sour on everybody. Everybody's out to get him. This works if it's the only one. The wonderful thing about tweeners is he's the only one. Anyway, he has established that he's bitching about all these things that have happened to him and how he's been shortchanged. It does have root in reality, and then he takes it too far, and other people are able to turn it around on him, kind of slap him in the face with it. CM Punk did some of that. But now he cut the promo on Punk, but then he starts in on Damian Priest and the World Heavyweight title. And Priest music plays, and out he comes. And as soon as he started speaking, I could tell there's a difference. And the difference was, I wrote right when he uttered his first sentence, he seems more relaxed. And he started in with, hey, you always got a problem with people. Well, Punk ain't here. Say it to my face. Say it to, if you got a problem with somebody, say it to somebody's face. He's stepping up. And Brian, that's why I say you need to see this, because what we've been wanting from Priest, more of the cool Scott Hall part of the, kind of Damian Priest, Razor's Edge fucking thing, instead of the, what did the fans on Twitter call it? The gay Undertaker cosplay thing. Damian Priest showed personality in this. He was laughing and joking a little bit. They had a couple of quick comebacks back and forth that you could tell was a wink, wink, that they came up, drew off of the People's Chant, and Damian came back at him. And Priest was more relaxed, and he told the story as a complete. It was a babyface promo, but it came from a guy with a deep voice that stood up, and he was as tall as Drew McIntyre. And it wasn't pandering babyface. It was logic, common sense babyface. When Drew says, you deserve all the success you've had, Priest, but not being the world champion. It needs a man to make the title. And you couldn't beat me, so you had to use the briefcase. Priest says, you blame everybody else. Why don't you look in the mirror and blame that asshole? And they didn't bleep asshole or try to. So they obviously got it approved. And he told him, you stopped me from cashing in on Seth Rollins. You even said, wait and I'll beat Seth Rollins. You get cash in on me. That's what I did. You made CM Punk more important than the championship you just won, or you could have held the hands with your wife and walked off with her, but you got your ass kicked by a one-armed man. because you made him more important than the title or your wife. So you want a title shot, you got it. But if you call me a paper champion, you're going to eat those words. And then he flipped the fucking microphone down on Drew McIntyre and walked off. That's what we've been waiting to see out of Priest. And is it just that somebody finally said, go out there and instead of acting like the reserved one that's, in the team meetings, that's, blah, 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 go out there and be a little bit of a wise ass this fucking guy and be yourself. I don't know, but he looked like he belonged there finally. You know what I mean?
I'll see. I'll go back and watch it because, it's kind of make or break time for Priest. He needs to loosen up. Not to say he has to change his character and all of a sudden tell jokes or anything, but he feels very stiff in a lot of things. So if they can get past that, good. They've got the belt on him, so they got to do something now. Now's the time.
He looked like he belonged here. It was perfect. I think he also, to be honest, with Rhea out and Dominic out, both of them hurt and maybe moving a different direction anyway, I just think the Priest needs to be a single away from, let Finn and JD be the team that they're being, and Priest needs to not be in the group when the other star attraction of the group is out for who knows how long. But this was Priest's best promo and the best thing on the show. And then, boy, howdy. Would you like to hear in not very much detail at all what the rest of this show consisted of?
No detail at all. Sold.
Besides every time they're going to a break or coming back from a break, somebody says nothing in a meaningful way for about 30 or 45 seconds in the back. They followed that segment we just talked about with a 20-minute girls match. And then Lillian Garcia, does she live in Greenville? I don't know why she was there. I missed it if they said it.
I don't know. I did see a clip of this, though, on Twitter.
Well, yeah, she returned to guest ring announce Kofi versus Gunther. And I'll tell you what, she's no Samantha Irvin.
No, but she's a fine ring announcer. I mean, she's no Justin Roberts.
Well, no, but, nobody is, except for Smiley himself. But anyway, Gunther won that. Surprise, surprise. It was very action-packed. We also saw Bronson Reed versus Tozawa. Some more girls. Sami Zayn versus Otis. Otis lost. Gable was berating him, so Sami came back in and beat up Gable. And then Otis helped Gable up and was trying to dust him off, and Gable turned around and slapped Otis and walked off on him. So Gable is still interacting with. I'm gonna act like Gable is just in the Twilight Zone or the Phantom Zone somewhere until he gets away from the rest of the Stooges, and then when he's on his own, we'll tune back in.
You were open to Gable redeveloping himself as this character going away from the shush thing. With Otis, if they get away from the silliness and they do Otis versus Gable, are you open to at least giving it a chance as a feud?
God, how charitable do you think these birds in the garage have made me?
You've become such a nice guy. You're living with bird shit everywhere, and you're just like, oh, it's their shit. I love it. I don't want to clean their shit because maybe the chemicals. Let Otis be your bird. That's what I'm saying.
Let Otis be how about if I give Otis the bird?
Don't put that in the artwork, Travis. Thank you.
And I think Gable needs to be interacting with more upper echelon talent. I'm sorry. But after that, they had more girls. I believe, yes, that was Becky. Becky did something with someone. And then they had more guys. The Creeds versus the AOP. I think they need to be OPP at this point.
I don't know if OPP means what you think it means.
Well,
they need to be other people's.
They need to be other people's problems.
Maybe so.
And they were against Finn and JD, and they were against, is it Tyler Dunn and Pete Bate, or Tyler Bate and Pete Dunn, or the European Munchkins. So it was a 4-team elimination match to determine who's going to be getting a title match. This is the state of tag team wrestling in the WWE right now. So there you go. And then the main event. Yes, that was 3 hours, ladies and gentlemen. The main event was Jey Uso and Ilya Dragunov, and I kind of figured the only way that I would like this is if Ilya won, and that wasn't going to happen. And actually, I still did kind of like it because I love Ilya. But it didn't happen. Jey Uso won with a spear and a splash. A spear and a splash sounds like a goddamn cocktail, doesn't it?
What do you think of Carmelo Hayes on SmackDown and now Dragunov here, bringing up these guys from NXT who were top guys there and immediately beating them?
And then just beating them. It goes against, I mean, it's not my philosophy. It's everything that was done in wrestling by everybody from the time that television became a thing that existed until, 10, 15 years ago. No matter whether the guy was going to be an underneath talent or a mid-card talent or a main event guy, when you would see him on TV the first number of times, you get 98% chance they were going to win the match. Because if you were going to invest any time in any talent, even if it's just give him a win every other week for 3 or 4 fucking weeks to goddamn just establish him as somebody just to put people over, they would win first. I don't know. Maybe Barry Horowitz might be the only guy that ever had a long career and his first, or Matt and Jeff Hardy were 17 years old. They probably beat them. But I mean, is that an exaggeration, Brian? You've seen countless hours of wrestling television from every era. Did you ever bring somebody into your company, whether it be a territory or a television roster or a national or whatever, did you ever bring them in and just start beating them on television for the first 60 or 70 years of television?
Not if you wanted them to get over. And of course, it's different if someone came in as an undercard guy and returned a year and a half later. We're talking about someone who's just in a company, you want to get them over. Just go out there and beat them. And never work. Losing streaks don't work to get people over.
And it's not even anymore. You can't even do a streak because, the television time is not there for them to do a 0 and 98 fucking record or whatever. But just to bring people in like Tony Khan was doing, where he'd bring in even stars, but especially people he wanted to use prominently. And for the first 6 months, and then they'd start winning after they'd lost for 6 months. And with the WWE now, even with Triple H, I don't understand why I can understand with Carmelo Hayes doing a job for Cody because he's the world champion, and just that he's in there, that meant they wanted people to view him prominently. But to just start, even if you couldn't give them goddamn Arnold Finster for a week, their first appearance on TV, just to show what they can do. Ilya, hit your finish so we know what your fucking finish is, right? But no. So, and I don't expect them to have him beat Jey Uso because Jey Uso is over. We'll get to this in a second. But don't have the match. It's a work. Do something else. If he's not going to go very far in the King of the Ring tournament, maybe he came in too late to be registered to be in it and go in a different direction. I don't know what I'm just saying, it used to be to the talent that if you were brought into a television taping, And you were, your first weekend, you're going to do a job. You knew, okay, I see now that's what I'll be doing. Because you knew you don't get a second chance to make a first impression, especially if you make 5 or 6 of these kind of first impressions. But with Jey Uso, Brian, remember at one point, bless him, handsome Jimmy Valiant had become pure the boogie woogie man in the Carolinas that he was coasting on. He's going to do 60 seconds of hot shot and skipping. They're going to clock him. He's going to take an easy bump, and he's going to sell on his back, right? But he was still so over. The people loved him. They paid money to see him. You got to have him. You can't do without him. Well, Jey Uso ain't to that point yet, even though we despise watching his matches. I understand he's over. And the only problem that I think, again, with the hot dogging and the somewhat sloppy work is that I'm afraid that they're going to see through it sooner or later. But right now he's fucking over, so I see why they're using him. He may be the Paul Jones Army feud with Boogie that we have to endure. Do you think?
Well, I mean, he's super over, like you said, despite stuff in the ring, but that's kind of a WWE thing going back 50 years or whatever. You didn't necessarily have to be doing flips or anything in the ring. Personality gets over. That's the thing. I don't know. You bring up the Paul Jones Army. Are they going to put him in a main feud with a main guy? And who would that be? Or is he going to have a good high mid-card feud? And the fans will be really into it. And it'll probably be a lot of fun on the arena shows whenever they do those.
It's going to be hard to be main event Jey Uso if you're in the 5th match, isn't it?
Right, but main event Jey Uso, so main events for Raw, let's say. You have McIntyre as a main eventer, Punk when he comes back as a main eventer, Damian Priest is the world champion, so there's 3 main eventers. Is he going to be feuding with one of them? Because then he'll be in the main event on Raw.
And then he'll be main event Jey Uso. And everybody's going to be using up their cell phone batteries, doing the light thing. But one thing in this match, I've been waiting for this to happen. Jey Uso's earring, apparently, maybe Ilya hit him with one of those kicks, I think. Maybe it caught him or whatever, but his earring tore his earlobe, but he was bleeding for a shoot from the ear.
Ooh.
And that's the first thing I heard when I got to business. Well, I say that all the time, so there was a lot of firsts, but when I was a manager, they said, wear a clip-on tie. I said, what? And they said, besides the fact you might could get it caught on something, it'll fucking hang you. That's where the marks can grab it and you're fucked. Get a clip on. But that's one piece of advice I disregarded because they only had clip on it like if you were going to fucking Catholic school or whatever, blue and silver stripes, and I couldn't find colors and shit, so I had to do that. But also it was jewelry. That's all the old timers, even Flair, not only for blades, but if you see tape on their fingers, if they can't or don't want to take their wedding ring off, they've taped it because guys just wearing a bare ring have ripped their fucking finger or skin off their finger or broken their finger.
Yeah, I remember in the early 90s when Razor Ramon came in, it was one of the things I first noticed about him, and I asked Georgie M. Acropolis at the time about it when I was a teenager. He wore his wedding ring on a necklace around his neck.
Yes, and that's why. Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I remember asking her, I'm like, "What's that about?" And she said, "Oh, so he doesn't hurt his finger during a match." And I'd never heard of that before.
But here's the thing: when you think about this, because that's another thing, is they say don't wear any necklaces like chains that. If he was wearing a chain that would break before his neck would, then he's going to lose his fucking wedding ring. And if you're wearing, and I think AJ Styles does the same thing. He's got something around his neck, but his looks a little thicker. If you're wearing a chain that won't break before it causes some element of damage, and we don't know how much that might be, at what angle, at what torque, if it catches on something when you're spinning, there's your fucking neck. And I guess it was probably in the late 70s, somewhere in the 70s, late 70s, early 80s, when guys more often started wearing earrings, unless they were traveling with the Grateful Dead or whatever. A lot of the old timers took it as an insult. You wear a goddamn earring into a fight with me? That tells the fans you think I'm a fucking pussy, and they would tear him out on purpose. They said, don't wear fucking jewelry, you little fucking dick. So, I've always, it's just so, and there you go. It's a classic example of it. Now he's got a hole in his fucking ear.
Well, that was Raw.
Yeah.
That was Raw in English.
Yeah.
A hole in my head.
Here's here having an evening, man.
Well, Jim, perhaps after watching Raw or even just listening to the review of Raw,
Yes.
Someone wants to take a nap or just get a good night's sleep, a comfortable night's sleep, we know where to send them.
Well, that's exactly right. And we'll tell you where to go right now, folks, and you'll like it. As a matter of fact, you'll have a smile on your face because we're going to send you to Sleepland with our friends at Helix over at helixsleep.com because they've been with us for so long, Brian, years and years now. And the reason is because they keep sending out these mattresses that people are just floating away on. They lay down, it's like sleeping on a cloud, curling up in a warm puppy's belly, being surrounded by a box of fluffy little birds. Little Robin Redbreast, Robin, peep, peep, peep. I'm telling you, it's like being in a bird's nest with and somebody's going to bring you a worm and stick it in your mouth and rub your throat so you don't even have to swallow. That's the comfort level.
There are no worms involved. That is not the comfort level.
Well, I said somebody's going to bring you a worm.
There's nobody.
It's not Helix's responsibility to supply the worms. Yeah, you've got to have your spouse, your significant other, some child, family member.
Some child?
Some child.
Have one of them.
Some child or family member has to bring you your own worms. Helix cannot take on that responsibility. They're already the finest mattress people in the whole world. They can't go into worm farming.
Well, for the record, you don't need worms. There will be no worms. There will be no worms supplied. And we have Helix Sleep Mattresses here in Last Manor. Everyone loves them.
Yes, and I was mentioning that like these little birds that I have in my garage and that they're in the nest and they're comfortable and they're safe and they're warm. And they're sitting on top of a garage door opener. You don't even have to put the Helix Sleep mattress on top of your garage door opener. You can put it in your bedroom or in any other room in the house that you'd like to sleep in or engage in mattressing activities.
Does it vibrate under the birds? Like when you open and close it?
No, I've had the door open for 2.5 weeks.
The garage door's been open for 2.5 weeks?
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yes.
You're serious? I mean, I can't tell if you're joking or not.
No, I'm serious because I don't want the chain to rip the nest.
I didn't think you were leaving the whole thing open for 2 weeks. What? You can't do that.
Why not?
It's your garage. What other animals are going to come in there? What if other animals get in there?
Well, they'll be told to leave.
If the deer come in there, you're going to tell them to leave?
Well, no, but they'll go out again the next day. They can't come in the house. The door is locked.
You are setting yourself up for disaster, for nonstop animal visitors. It seems like a bad idea. Back to Helix Sleep.
Back to Helix Sleep. So, folks, again, they've got the Helix Kids mattress designed for growing bodies and endorsed by child sleep experts. And this thing is amazing. Designed for growing bodies, they have apparently conducted experiments where they put a type of, I guess, fertilization material in this mattress that makes your children grow abnormally large, abnormally quickly. And it's designed specifically for growing bodies. So
it's designed for growing bodies, but
it won't make your pets bigger. It's just growing bodies is what it's designed for. But if you put your children on it, apparently it makes them just plain big almost overnight.
No, they're not. It's not gonna. People aren't growing because of the Helix Sleep mattress. It is the natural evolution of life. It is the growth spurt. It is puberty. There are lots of reasons that people have natural growth. Of course, some celebrities are on growth hormone. What's up, Rock? There's various reasons that people grow.
The first spurt is what led to growth of children. But it says right here that the Helix Kids mattress is designed for growing bodies.
It's designed for bodies that will be growing no matter what mattress enters the house.
Well, looky here. Does that mean that then if I get one of the regular mattresses that I can't gain any weight? Well, that's it. That's brilliant. So, folks, if you get one of the adult mattresses, you can lose weight, but you can't gain any weight because you can't grow.
And you can't promise any of this because, once again, ladies and gentlemen, your height, your weight, your growth, nothing will be affected by the mattress you get. The good thing about Helix Sleep is they are making these mattresses specific for people that will be encountering these normal, everyday, they're not even issues, occurrences in life. What do you say to that?
Well, I'm just reading the copy here, and you know, and you're good. Actually, you know, it says right here that good night's sleep promotes health and growth. So if if you get a good mattress and you sleep the required minimum daily distribution of sleep per day, according to the Federal Sleep Institute, and you also eat right and stay away from hard drugs and hard living, that you will indeed grow. So these mattresses will help you grow. If you're gonna get better, healthier on a Helix Sleep mattress if you're just sleeping out in a goddamn pile of gravel.
They're not going to help you grow. They're designed to be there for your growth.
You mean you can grow the same size and sleep in gravel?
Yes, although, and again, a lot of the audience are already fully grown. We're sleeping gravel. Forget about the fucking gravel. Helix Sleep mattresses are fine mattresses that cause you to not gain weight or anything else, but get a good night's sleep. And you design them custom for you.
Yeah, well, you don't design them. This is not goddamn. It's not
a survey. There's like a survey, and you say like, "Oh, I like to sleep on a hard surface or a soft surface, or maybe even gravel. Who knows?" I'm banging the table a lot. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, and sorry, Jace.
Well, yeah, but nevertheless, should we tell them how they can save money on a Helix mattress to try out for their own? Because that way they would be able to tell for themselves and make their own judgments and their own decisions, because after all, many of you out there are indeed adults who can handle your own affairs if you have not signed over your power of attorney to anyone. I suggest not doing that except as of last resort, because you never know when your faculties could return. But nevertheless, folks, right now, if you want a good night's sleep or just to hear us stop talking, go to helixsleep.com/JCE right now. helixsleep.com/JCE right now. You'll see the wide variety of their mattresses. You'll tell them through their quiz which ones and or one you are interested in. You will pick one out. You will instantly love it. If you don't, they'll give you your money back and all that sort of stuff. And right now, listen to this discount, Brian. Apparently, summertime is when people just want to make a mattress change, because Helix offering up to 30%. That's the biggest one I can ever recall. You got to hop on this while the hopping is good. And you can hop on these mattresses too. Like bunnies, you can hop on them. 30% off all mattress orders and 2 free pillows if you go to helixsleep.com and use the code /JCE. And it's not gonna last long. I think they'll sell all the mattresses out. They may run out of material to make more. Get it while they're still around, because these things could be back ordered till Kingdom Come with a deal like this.
They have materials. They are not going anywhere. But get your mattress today.
How fast can they work?
There's a lot of people in the Helix
I'm telling you, go right now, run fast, go to this and get these things, because they're going to run out of them and they're going to be back ordered. Because how could that 30% off and 2 free pillows? Well, you don't need anything else except maybe a furry blankie to fucking lay your weary head down and go to sleep at night.
That's right. Go to sleep at night with Helix Sleep. One more time. Yes. What's that promo code, Jim?
JCE.
All right, we are back. We had to take a short little short. And,
We had to take a short one.
and we are back here, and it won't be a short one now. Jim, it's time to wake up. And let's head out west to Everett, Washington. In the shadow of Seattle, AEW Wrestling and AEW Dynamite in Washington.
You're going to get me going again.
I don't understand what your problem is today. You just
Everett, Washington. How about Ottumwa, Iowa?
It was a nice size arena.
Raw was in Greenville, South Carolina, but in the brand big new arena. And look up Google-fi for me if you can, how many people they had in Greenville, South Carolina. Which a lot of people, I have fond memories, but a lot of people would consider it a secondary market. But Everett, fucking Washington? What's that next to? Butte, Montana? Where are they? I know I've asked you many questions. I have a lot of questions. I told you, the first ones are geographical. How many people did they have in Greenville? I guess that's mathematical or logical. Or I could show you a world where I could be so dependable. How many people did they have in Greenville, and where the fuck is Everett, Washington, and how many people did they have there?
According to WrestleTix, who is always on top of this, at the Bon Secours Wellness Arena, if that is indeed how you say that, in Greenville, South Carolina, Monday Night Raw.
It just used to be the goddamn Greenville Memorial Auditorium, and we liked it.
Well, for Monday Night Raw on May 13th, it was liked, or at least attended by, 8,326 people. The previous Raw there, October 30th, 2023, 7,959.
So they're doing, the old auditorium could only hold about 6,200. So they're doing a couple thousand more than the old building could hold. They're doing 8,000 people. That's a secondary market. Where is Everett, and what did they have there, for comparison's sake?
All right, well, give me a second. I'm trying to get the Everett, Washington information. I didn't expect you to.
Well, now, wait a
Here we go. Hold on. I got something.
I can just reach right around here to my Rand McNally Road Atlas.
Oh, I thought I was getting a ticket info. It's in Washington. What do you want me to tell you? It's in Washington State.
I want to know where the fuck it is.
Go north from Cucamonga.
Go. What were you about to tell me to go do?
I could tell you to go do a few things, but what I was going to say is AEW Dynamite at the Angel of the Winds Arena.
Oh, fuck! Yeah. She ran calling wildfire.
The Angel of the Winds Arena.
The Angel of the... Just call me Angel of the Winds, baby.
There were, as of yesterday afternoon, I don't have a final count, 3,223 tickets distributed.
3,223. Well, now I got the Rand McNally Road Atlas out here. It's got the cities in Washington. We got Seattle, Tacoma. We got Spokane. We got Bellingham. That's pretty much the cities they get.
A lot of places where the junkies have kind of taken over.
Bremerton. Oh, now, are you trying to malign these people?
Oh, yeah, I've been up in Washington.
Apparently, Darby Allin is that way naturally.
No, I've been up in Washington. It's a mess up there. It's a complete mess.
I told him it was hell in there.
The idea, you know what? Who you know is the best idea for Washington? Kevin Sullivan. He lives on an island off Washington.
Yeah, he's been on an island off something all of his life. No, we love Kevin. We love Kevin. And yeah, he's out there. Boy, it's beautiful, and there's none of those pesky people. Wait a minute. Okay, Everett, Washington. Wait a minute. Let me use the old finger trick. I got to find the mileage. Where's the mileage key?
The finger trick?
The finger trick.
What is that? Your pinky's a mile?
The 1 inch represents 20 miles, and each one of the joints in your middle finger is an inch, unless you're a goddamn freak of nature or an NBA player or something.
Holy shit.
So...
I got a 500-mile dick.
Hey! That's only in those... That's only in those globes that cover entire continents. Then the scale is, But nevertheless, Seattle to Mount Vernon, Washington, apparently is 3 joints of a finger. That would be 60 miles. Everett, Washington is right in between on the interstate. Those two, so it's 30 miles north of Seattle is where they were at.
Man, you speak of 3 joints. Last time I was in Washington, I ate a whole fucking package of these. They were supposed to be cannabis-infused Starbursts, and I wasn't feeling anything. I was like, man, this is bullshit. This is like placebo. But now looking back, I listened to Sly Stone singing Space Cowboy for about 4 hours straight in that airport. over and over again. I'm like, I don't feel anything. And I'm like, well, I've been listening to this song over and over for a while now. 4 hours.
And unfortunately, your plane was already in fucking Jersey by the time you goddamn realized that.
I never landed.
All right, well, let's, from these flights of fancy, let's concentrate on the program AEW for May the 15th in Everett, Washington. They didn't at least play the open this week where the Buckaroos glorify themselves or gratify themselves, whatever it may be.
Yeah, they played no open.
No show open at all. They just, boom. They're in the arena and they hit the fucking trogs, and here comes Wild Thing, and here comes the plumber, and he staggers through the arena. And, you know, I'm surprised. I guess it's because it's only a smaller, intimate gathering these days, but I'm surprised he doesn't get lost one of these days on his way to the ring and go up a blind alley and then get stuck. I guess he probably has, because you can't really tell. He wanders back and forth a little bit. So he's probably, I bet you he's had trouble several times finding his way to the ring.
I don't think so. It's easy to find in these buildings lately. It's the only thing lit.
No, it's not the only thing lit in this entire building, in this company.
Well, no, he's in Jacksonville. He's in Jacksonville producing remotely.
I still maintain that there's an element of litness in this fucking arena somewhere. And of course, he's the IWGP World Heavyweight Champion. He's the top guy. He's the important one. He's out. It's the first one we see, the biggest audience, opening of the program. Thought they had their own world champion. Oh, he's later on. We'll have a couple 100,000 less people watching by then. But so Moxley comes to ringside and immediately is blindsided. Boom! By Kyle Felcher and Jeff Cobb. And Jeff Cobb, we see, once every 18 months, he comes in, he looks good, he gets beat, and he goes somewhere again.
It's happened like 3 or 4 times since the beginning, since like the very beginning of AEW. Jeff Cobb comes in. I think he was used as like an enforcer by Chris Jericho or something early on. Impresses us, and then we don't see him again for another year and a half or so.
Yeah. Well, he could stay gone after this match for the next couple years, because I think the impression streak has run out. But they jump Moxley on the floor at ringside and get some fake looking 2-on-1 heat. I put heat in my notes in quotation marks that couldn't break an egg. And then Danielson's music plays and he runs out and beats up Felcher first, and then he gets a hold of Cobb. And Moxley's back up by this point and joins, and they kick the heels' asses on the floor, and Moxley's shit looks horrible. And then there was a good spot. Danielson grabbed Cobb and got him against the railing where he couldn't move and drew back and punched him with rights to the face 15 times in a row, and they all looked pretty good. And then they rang the bell to start the match, and he got back up, and then they had the fucking match. The guy just got fucking his face bashed in.
And they did the thing where they played his music that entire time leading into the bell actually being rung.
And well, yes, Bryan Danielson was playing the part of New Jack at that point, so that they had the music going, and
he's Low Jack.
You know, anyway, I think there's a new rule that we have to institute, or it's not a rule we have to institute, but it was something we have to acknowledge, recognize. Apparently, if you're within 25 feet of Moxley, your work turns to shit too, no matter how good you are. Because even Danielson was off, I thought, at for Danielson standards in this thing. But finally, it was going on, and Moxley German suplexed Cobb and hit the worst, hokiest looking tag ever, where he had nobody was going to catch him or prevent him. And you could obviously visually tell it because he hadn't set it up right. And he stood up, and then he just kind of made a little hop and fell forward and fuck it, like that was going to be a big hot tag. It looked like he'd goddamn fainted. And then Danielson made a comeback. And, they do the things now where Danielson will beat up Cobb and the other two completely disappear. But then, as soon as their sequence is over with, you can see Moxley and Felcher jump back up from their hiding places, and they just take simultaneous tags and roar in at 100 miles an hour. And they trade the fake forearms and headbutts, and then everybody ignored the referee, and they each did shit to each other. And Moxley kicked out of a spinning tombstone at 2, and within, under 30 seconds later, was hitting his double arm DDT on Felcher and beating him 1, 2, 3. So that stack of dimes neck, his Adam's apple, looks like a mosquito bite on a strand of spaghetti, survived a leaping tombstone to come back and drop the other guy on his head in not as impressive a fashion and beat him. Before we get to the afterbirth, would you like to comment on the performance of the actual match?
Every now and then I find myself in the position I was in last night where I say, okay, there are people who think Jon Moxley's the best wrestler in the world. Let me watch this with an open mind, because I already think he's awful. And let me see if maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Within seconds of anything he does, you realize you're not wrong. There's too much of this. You hit me. Now I'm going to go over here. Hit me over here. I'll show you how tough I am. I'm trying not to do the voice now. We have more of that later, but it's hard not to talk about this dunce without doing it. His work style is atrocious. Atrocious. He looks bad out there. You could do a tough guy act. He has no tan. Okay, maybe you want to say a tough guy doesn't have time to lay out in the sun. Maybe so. He's got no tan. He's got no physique. He looks ridiculous out there. Unless you're already drinking the Kool-Aid, and I've always said it, the real cult of personality is around Moxley and this personality that he shows everyone, because the work is bad. It's really bad. That's all I'm going to say. It's just because there are people, and we'll talk about it later, there are people who still insist that he's really good, that we're missing the boat. And every time I'm like, please show me something, his work sucks. Every time.
I think people that think his work is good are drinking something other than Kool-Aid, but that's just an observation. But he's another version of what we've talked about with Eddie Kingston, is that he's fashioned the persona for himself that he wants to have rather than one that you might actually believe from the fucking looks of him. Kingston thinks he's a Japanese technical wrestling genius of some description instead of a fucking wrench-wielding mechanic from fucking Queens or Bronx or
Yonkers.
Brooklyn or where Yonkers. Where did we establish he's from? Yonkers. Yonkers. But Moxley is convinced his hero is that fucking bank-addicted drug robber, Nick Gage, who is a obviously mentally challenged individual. It's had a lot of bad habits in his life. It contributed further to whatever the fuck was wrong with him to begin with. That's a guy that this fucking moron idolizes. Go ahead. Yeah, he eats hand grenades and blows his guts up. I'm sorry, I'm infringing.
He's so cool. I want to be just like him.
Yeah, fucking Nick. Anyway.
At least he wears a shirt.
Who? The
Nick
drug
Gage.
robber? Yes, well.
Nick Gage. You don't get to really be unimpressed because he shows you that he's unimpressive in terms of physique. Moxley used to be in better shape. In AEW, we've seen it a while back. So it's just hard to take him in this role. But again, there's a fan base that continues to shrink that really likes him. Whatever that's worth.
And he believes, that's one thing you always got to believe, but you got to have something to show for it. But he believes that he is what he thinks he is, down deep in wherever that is.
That's right.
So,
IWGP, I won't go pleasantly.
Speaking of here came someone unpleasantly, because our boy Take a Shit. Remember when he was going to be a fucking big superstar and then suddenly disappeared? I wonder if he's commuting from Japan. Is he connecting in Heathrow to be with Ostrich?
Would it be worth it for Tony to just charter a plane from Japan if he has this many people going? I mean, Shibata was on this show. Ospreay was on the show, although Ospreay is going back and forth to England. Maybe they could...
No, he was I guarantee you they pre-taped that. Will ain't grinding this week on that fucking Virgin Airlines round trip. But anyway, so Take a Shit hits the ring and German suplexes Moxley and gets on top of him. Now Take a Shit's throwing fake punches. And the other heels got on Danielson, and suddenly the handheld is shooting the entranceway and suddenly zooms in because there comes Claudio. And so that, psychic cameraman that they hired for Union Scale is really paying off. And he hit the ring with what appeared and was described by the announcers to be a giant crowbar. And the heels bailed out. And what is going on? And every match, you'll follow a pattern. Every match, they either jump started on the floor, or continue it after the bell till it's mind-numbing. I'm writing this shit down. I can't tell it apart.
And then they played Claudio's music.
Yes. And then that was it. And then they did a package on Swerve and Christian Cage, which, okay, at least they're trying to promote their other world champion. It was highlights and a blah, 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 and we'll see more of them in a little while. But all of a sudden, then, here the music plays again, and here comes Edge, one of their biggest stars. And he comes out on the stage, and the people are cheering, and suddenly, here comes Brody King and Buddy Matthews, and they jump him on the stage. He doesn't even get to the ramp part. He's still on the flat part. And they clocked him, and they throw him down the fucking ramp and into the stairs and into the ring. And then here comes Malachi Black walking out like he's going to get the fucking mail at the senior home, just slowly. And the heels are sliding the chairs in, and the Stooges hold Edge, and then... I swear to God, we've talked about this before. Malachi Black starts doing a boring promo while they're just holding the babyface immobile. And nobody's coming to help or stop it. And the fans start chanting, "Shut the fuck up." And I don't think that was heel heat, Brian. Do you? We had this discussion a couple weeks ago about please retire.
And we'll have that discussion again later today. I don't think the fans really like this. I think it went on a long time. I've been of the belief that people were both sick of House of Black and sick of Adam Copeland. And when you put them together, you get a segment like this, which was atrocious.
Well, and it was just, there was no urgency. There was no chaos. There was no jeopardy. There was no panic. There was no...
And it's the AEW problem, too. The baby faces always get destroyed. They never, ever do anything other than get destroyed. Even when they get a comeback, they immediately get destroyed right after that. And it happened to Adam Copeland here. Top babyface was destroyed forever by a mid-card heel stable that aren't really that over, who do boring promos.
And he wasn't destroyed forever, like endlessly. He was just took forever.
Took forever.
Because they were choking him, and they choked him out, which is, boy, that's in a violent angle. A choke out is about as goddamn passive. It's like putting somebody to sleep. It was a goddamn Kevorkian.
If only
they choked him.
And then, if only there were baby faces to run out and save him, and then one does it, he gets his ass kicked too. Just this whole thing. What?
Little King of the Hill, they got three big heels. So the King of the Hill fucking thing with the baby faces trying to get in and help, but they've got the high ground. But nevertheless, they choked him out and took off his wedding ring, and Malachi Black put it in his pocket. And then Kyle O'Reilly appeared and attacked the heels. And I think for about 23 seconds, the people were up and this was exciting. And then they stopped him and bleh. And then all three of the heels ran and kicked two chairs that were, Edge was in the corner and a chair was leaned up on either side of him. And a heel ran down each apron and the other heel was in the middle of the ring and they all kicked him at the same time. And his head didn't explode. So I assume he can be put back together again. But then the heels leave and both the baby faces are unconscious and immobile, just laying there. And O'Reilly's on the floor and his sock face is trying to put over how bad Edge is hurt. He says, but the camera's panning by O'Reilly laying there like he's been hit by a fucking truck on the goddamn pavement. Somebody's got to look at Kyle O'Reilly, but we need serious medical attention for Adam Copeland. So wait a minute. So it's just a flesh wound. Get the goddamn part-time fucking unlicensed nurse out here to care for fucking O'Reilly. But is there a surgeon in the house for fucking Adam Copeland?
Well, let's just stop for a second. He's such an idiot, Excalibur. And I always talk about how awful and counterproductive he is as a lead commentator. This episode specifically, he couldn't figure out what to say at several times. I'm serious. He couldn't. I know. Like at one point they were on him. They were on the desk, and he's like, like he had no idea what he was saying, what he was pitching to. He couldn't just have small talk. He's so bad as a commentator. Him and Shivani together are audio poison. And until they're off lead commentary, or until both of them are off commentary together, you have endless problems. It's time to end the PWG experiment. After this Bucks feud plays out, because it's awful, remove Excalibur. He's garbage. Put Riccaboni on lead commentary.
Hey, the AEW experiment may end when this Bucks angle plays out. And again, yes, they do have the young, the fresh, the intelligent Ian Riccaboni, or the old, the stupid, and the stale. Anyway, they did
seriously, put Riccaboni and Caprice on there with Taz. It would be instantly better. You don't have to get rid of Taz. Make Shivani the interviewer. Put Excalibur on Collision and Rampage.
Make him the victim of a collision.
You got to fix this show. This is the main show. They don't do anything to fix this show. They just let the disease spread to other shows.
Thank you, Dr. Kevorkian.
Hey, he was a bad guy.
But you're an infectious specialist. You can infect anything.
He wasn't an infectious specialist. He was killing people.
No, I said you're an infectious specialist.
Oh, thank you. Oh.
You can infect anything.
I went to community college.
Do they have infections in community college, or do you have to wait till you go to the state college?
You can get a lot of infections in community college.
Oh.
Yeah.
So they did this package. Apparently, the Lollipop Guild beat up Eddie Kingston on a New Japan Pro Wrestling show as a reason why he's not in the upcoming 4 versus 4 garbage match they're going to have on the pay-per-view.
And boy, I heard from fans who were in the building for that, and it wasn't a big crowd in, I think it was Ontario, Canada. Not Canada. Ontario, California, or it was somewhere in Southern California, and I heard that, those fans weren't into the Bucks and Jack Perry, and the pictures that emerged of them from that event have gone around. People are just mocking how ridiculous they look.
Well, yeah, it's again, people who have envisioned characters for themselves because they have nothing about their real life person that is in any way interesting or marketable, and they don't fit the fucking suit that they have created for themselves. But they did a fake promo about now it's going to be 4-on-3 or whatever. And, again, it looks like it's either cable access with some locals trying to impersonate the WWF talent in the 90s Attitude Era, or some type of, again, local sketch comedy show where it's, they're playing wrestlers and it's part of the comedy. But it's not funny because it's local and anybody can get on cable access. And they did a cheesy commercial with really fake acting about apparently the Buckaroos are going to have tennis shoes. The Bucker shoes.
Let's see how long it takes for them to go on clearance like all the shit at Hot Topic did.
Well, no.
Remember when that was a big deal?
Hey, in all fairness to Hot Topic, they thought they had like Bullet Club stuff with bullets and gun imagery and things. They didn't know that it was just bullshit. So they sold the people bought Bullet Club because they wanted to be the fucking Bullet Club, not because they wanted to be the goddamn Cucamonga Kids. Half those people didn't know who was in the fucking Bullet Club.
No, we heard from, people may think you're joking. At the time, this is years ago now, like 5 years ago, we heard from people who said like, yeah, my cousin went to Hot Topic and he saw this shirt. And when I told him what it was, he had no idea. He thought he loves guns. He had no idea it had New Japan Pro Wrestling connotations.
They lucked into profiting from the fucking Second Amendment lunatics in this weird country. Didn't have anything to do with their goddamn wrestling faction. Anyway, speaking of nothing to do with a wrestling faction, here was FTR in the back. And they had basically nothing to say except they found a fourth guy, maybe for the garbage 4-on-4 match at pay-per-view. And then here they came in all of their glory. We would like to welcome you to Munchkin Land. The Buckaroos come out in their costumes and their dramatic entrance and their lighting effect and what'd you say it was, 32 or 3,300 tickets that were distributed. Possibly some of them may have been returned. All those people just stare at them. Just fucking stare at them, don't they?
No
Am I
heat.
missing the people jumping up and down or screaming or booing or yelling or doing something?
They have no heat as heels, and I think a lot of people who are really into AEW, including people who work there, don't understand how the Bucks have kind of run out of time with a lot of people. They've been exposed, and they're not main eventers, at least in terms of, if you want to argue that you think they should be main eventers in terms of their work in the ring, I'll give you that, as long as there are no promos or angles or anything leading up to it.
Wait a minute, did you see the execution of the finish of this fucking thing?
Again,
talk about the work in the ring?
It was ridiculous, but there are people who love their work rate. I'm saying even if you want to give them that, their promos are terrible, their characters are terrible, they can't pull this off, their angles are terrible, they cause people to not care. They are not a net positive to AEW. And one day they'll understand it. One day they'll see it.
Well, the crowd stared at him. They wrestled Christopher Daniels and Matt Sydal. Jungle Jackoff was on color. And his first words when they spoke to him were, "You're goddamn right." So now we're getting goddamn on just in a throwaway line by a fucking inept fucking talent on color instead of, hey, network, can we say that? I don't know. Perhaps the button guy called in sick on this night because the same network was trying to bleep shit as best they could a couple weeks ago, but they missed this. I don't know. And the Buckaroos won the match. And to add insult to injury, we not only had to watch them wrestle, but then we had to hear them talk. And Matty does the fake promo where he fires Christopher Daniels. You're fired because everybody knows that they're the EVPs and Christopher Daniels does a lot of stuff behind the scenes and he's been in talent relations. It's terrible. The announcers are it's terrible. All the stuff that Chris has done. Dipshits, the smart audience that you're catering to here, unless you're really firing Chris Daniels, they're going to know within a space of a few weeks when he still keeps showing up for work. Is my logic flawed here, Brian?
The fans in the building reacted really well to Christopher Daniels. And it is important to remember, and I'm not a fan of his, but it's important to remember he was a pretty well-used guy on TNA TV for a long time when they had a lot of viewers.
And he also was, for years, was one of the most talented guys in the ring on any of the independents. And the people respect him. And that's why they're trying to get some heat off of a fucking guy that the fans actually like. But go ahead.
But the problem is the fans like him, and they tried to get heat off him by firing him, a guy that you've never seen in this role on this TV show ever. So they have to tell you, he has this job that you didn't know about that we're about to fire him from. Because how else would the people watching this show know that the guy who has not been on this show in forever, who's having a match, who the fans are reacting to, is a executive behind the scenes? Why would anyone know that? They wouldn't. So then they fire someone who hasn't been on TV forever. They have no heat, so the fans don't give a shit about anything they do or believe it because it's unbelievable because they can't pull it off. You know, when Bischoff was being a dick to Randy Anderson, you believed it. You believed it.
Yes.
Does anyone believe any of this stuff with the Bucks? Not at all. So Christopher Daniels got fired. Is it going to matter? I mean, this is after they beat up Tony Khan and put Kenny Omega in the hospital. And that didn't matter.
But goddamn, now they've gone too far.
Now they've gone too far.
But now, and here's another thing. They couldn't even be heels, but it has to be entertaining somehow in their mind. But they fired Christopher Daniels, but said, don't worry, you're going to get a check for your full salary for the next 30 days. Like, that's a fucking great, the point is, before 15 years ago and still in many places, if you got fired in the wrestling business, your last check was yesterday, motherfucker. Take it or like it. The 30 days is charity in the wrestling business, and they're trying to get heel heat off of that.
And again, why can they do this? They have an ironclad contract they can't be fired from, so they beat up the owner of the company, but also they can do anything they want within the company and the owner can't do anything?
Well, of course.
Isn't he producing remotely? Isn't he producing remotely? Why couldn't he get on the headset? As we've seen a million times, and Shivani stands up, excuse me, I've had Tony Khan talking to me in my ear. He says I'm a douchebag. Whatever the fuck it is. They could have done that. They didn't do that. They can't even stick with their own shit. Kenny Omega was making matches from the hospital last week. He can't save Christopher Daniels' job?
When Tony was on the spot there on the scene, he would make a match within fucking 7 seconds of it first being uttered, and they'd have a graphic ready in the next 15. And that, unfortunately, he's lost his touch. And they did some more comedy at the end of this, and then Jungle Jackoff, it pours his fucking drink, a cup of ice, whatever the fuck it was, over Tony Schiavone's head at ringside. And Tony has to do and
he called him a son of a bitch.
Oh, and call him a son. So now we get the announcers cursing.
And by the way, I think Schiavone could take Jack Perry. I'd put my money on Schiavone. He's 60-something years old against Jack Perry. Towers over him.
But it's like, this is, I know DX in 25 years ago was playing to the adolescent, prepubescent, or stunted emotional growth of the average American male or whatever. But these, they don't fit the look, first of all, and they don't look like they got out of fucking grade school. And then, by the way, we hadn't seen the last of Malachi Black because he was in a dark, spooky room with Edge's wedding ring and did a promo where he said some words and nobody really cares about it. And if he beats Edge in a barbed wire cage, then Edge has to bend a knee to the House of Black. Does that mean he has to join the House of Black? Does that mean he has to get down and blow the House of Black? How many, if maybe he wants to bend both knees. Maybe he'd be more comfortable that way because of his spinal situation.
Maybe you can get him a chair. A stool.
I'd like to send some of these motherfuckers to the chair.
So hold on for a second, because we've seen these ridiculous, awful, spooky Malachi Black promos, whether by himself or with his entire group of spooky friends in the past. They've been played on the video screen, been played just for the home viewer. Are we supposed to believe now that he stole this ring off Edge in the ring? By the way, that's a big ring. What was Edge going to do? Was he going to wrestle? Was he going to do a promo? What was Edge about to do?
Well, no, it was his wedding ring.
Right.
Yes.
What was Edge about to do?
He was coming out to the ring. We never found out why, because he had only been on camera for 5 seconds before they jumped him.
So Malachi steals this ring, and then he shoots this promo. Where is this promo? Because we've never established that the spooky area is somewhere in the back that he could just go to and they turn out the lights and he can walk away the same way every week. What is this?
It's down in the bowels of the building where Mankind's boiler room was. And that's when they made off with the ring. Edge was busy filing a police report with the Greenville Police Department. And meanwhile, Malachi Black was all the way down in the bowels of the building in the dark, spooky room with the stolen wedding ring. And for all we know, a set of clean copper clappers from the Acme School Bell Company.
I'll say this, too, for everyone that thinks, because you've heard this, and I'm not saying it's true or not, but you've heard the whole, Malachi just wants to go back to WWE. He doesn't really want to do anything AEW wants. He doesn't want to do jobs. He just wants to go to WWE. If you're WWE at this point, why would you want him back? What does he bring to the table?
Well, WWE does a lot of charity work. And if they brought him back, he would be off television. That would be a boon to all of us, wouldn't it?
I think so.
All righty. Well, we'll find out about those knee bends. But then Hook had a match with Arnold Finster. I'm not sure that may have been his name. It's as good as any. And Hook beat him, boom, and called out Jericho. And is the Jericho, what is that? The music now, is that just some homemade shit or something? Has he gone completely the opposite way from Judas? Now here's a song that no one has ever heard or would want to hear? Is this, is it indicative of something?
It's indicative of him not being over. Here's another problem. Here comes Jericho, Big Bill, who in a week has changed his personality completely.
Yeah.
Jericho's acting the same way the Bucks are.
Yeah.
The disingenuous waving and trying to be a man of the people. And it's not working at all.
I wrote smiling and waving and phony.
Chris Jericho convinces himself and then usually finds someone who's susceptible to bad ideas like a Tony Khan, let's say, and convinces them that he's ahead of the curve. He has found a way to take what's happening and turn it into something that would be advantageous for him and the company, not realizing what reality is, which is everyone is sick of you. Get off the TV. Your matches are bad. Your promos are bad. You haven't done a good creative thing in a long time. You need to go home. Now you've ruined Big Bill. And I think you heard it again here from the fans once again.
Well, yeah, because I had just written, I'll just read my notes. Why doesn't someone tell him this sucks? It's not funny when he does it for real. That's being a fucking disingenuous snake. Much less for fake. And then that's when the please retire chants broke out and threw him off. And you could tell it got under his skin because not only did it throw him off and he responded with an aside to the people, but then he stammered and didn't get back in control there for a second. He was all over the place.
His aside was, one day I'll be in every wrestling Hall of Fame.
Yeah,
that's an interesting comeback to please retire from the fans. All right, Mr. Heel.
And, both of those things can be true. If Mickey Mantle had lived to play baseball until he was 86, you think that maybe somebody would have said, please, Mickey, please. Please, Mickey, you're so old, you need to fold. Hey, Mickey. Anyway.
One line in, I'm like, what's he going to rhyme old with? And
yeah, well. Still got it, kid. So I wrote, this is dying. And then Jericho, the big bottom line of this whole thing is he tells Hook if he wins a qualifier on Collision, then he'll get a shot at the FTW title. And then Hook had a microphone in his hand and hit Jericho a weak, awkward shot with the microphone. And Jericho sells kind of staggery. And I was like, I didn't know for a second. I was like, why the fuck I thought it was Hook's fault. But then when you see, Big Bill then jumps Hook for hitting Jericho, and the heels beat up Hook like they do every segment. They beat up the babyface. And then Shapoopy himself hit the ring, and the heels bailed out. And then you see that Jericho has done the old deal where he got him his movie blood, his entertainment blood. And he's palmed it in his hand, and he's got it on the back of his head like that Hook busted him open with the microphone, the back of his head. So, because the hair covers up, if he's got some and he's got it on his hand, he's got it in his hair, you can't tell, right? The problem is the angle that Hook had to hit him from where he was with the microphone to get him in the back of the head where he was going to do the deal was so goddamn ridiculous. It looked like Hook was a special fucking Olympics goddamn competitor. And the whole thing looked awkward. And then and then Jericho won't put his fucking bloody hand down. He did everything but fucking palm the lens of the camera to make sure that everybody saw that he had the blood in his hand. We need some quality control, Brian, don't we? What'd you think of all of that?
It was just atrocious. And again, Hook, they're going to blow it with Hook and waste Hook. Having him with all this nonsense, they've killed Big Bill. He was a lot better off with Ricky Starks than he is with Chris Jericho. Chris Jericho has been ratings poison the last several weeks. We'll see how this week plays out. Not as strong a competition. They didn't have the Knicks up against them. But Chris Jericho can't call himself the demo god anymore, if you notice. He's a tree now. He's no longer a god. He went from being a god to a tree. And that says a lot about his place. He's just there in the middle of this show like a big fucking tree. And you can't get around him. It's the biggest tree you've ever seen. And the leaves are fucking all over the place. And that's part of the problem. So yeah, no, this is really bad. And get used to this reaction for Jericho. And you guys could try to lean in. It's not one of those lean-inable situations. There's a growing audience sick of Chris Jericho who recognizes that his ideas are bad. And it's just going to continue to grow. But this is a bad segment, and...
This is like a Helix mattress designed for growing bodies.
Shabata comes out there with his music. Shipoopy. Stop, that got stuck in my head the other day because of you. And my kids didn't know what I was doing, and I can't explain that. Why am I saying shapoopy? You may be wondering. Shabata comes out there. His music is not like the kind of music you can run out to. It's like a very gentle sounding star.
Yeah, it was almost like a goddamn fucking graduation ceremony or some shit.
I thought they were going to commercial. Like, oh, this is a soothing way to go to commercial. Yeah. All of a sudden he walks out there. No one cares. No one cares about Shabata in AEW. And he's not even doing a run-in, he's doing a walk-in. They should really lean into the idea that his brain was like out and back in. Just have him do wacky things like he's, just all of a sudden walks into the ring post or something for no reason.
All right. They got enough people on the show doing that accidentally without having him do it on purpose.
I thought that when he came in for the run-in and he walked, I'm like, it would be so funny if he didn't get in the ring, if he just walked right into the ring post and fell down. But yeah, no, this is awful. No one wants a Chris Jericho, Big Bill versus Hook and Shabata feud. And that's what we got.
And again, Hook is because of the situation he's in where he can't work regularly and he's had too much of a spotlight on him from the start, but he's not ready to be a pushed singles commodity at this point, and partly because of some of the things they've had him do potentially or whatever, but he's got some weak spots. We've talked about some of his strikes. He's got a unique style. He's got an appeal and a charisma, and the throws and the suplexes, and just that he's young he still needs to be more serious than eating his fucking Doritos when the shit's about to be on, right? We need to see a second gear in that personality where he's got a fucking temper and shows it. But also, can you imagine if instead of sticking Danielson, and it's just out of the cavern of my ass that we've been talking about this, instead of sticking Danielson in the BBC with all the fucking the plumbers and the fucking all the bullshit about how tough they are, and the guy that left the company and was the only one from Blackpool. What if a year and a half ago Danielson had said, the guy that reminds me the most on this roster of me is Hook. He's a smaller guy. He had a technical style, but a tremendous work ethic and an ability to bridge different fighting styles. He could start building up. I'm going to take him under my wing and do it for real. Do it for fucking real. And for 18 months, not only is Danielson helping train Hook at the TV tapings, wherever they've got a ring, but he's either at a tag team with him most of the time when they wrestle, it's together, on the job, in the ring training, or in interviews or whatever, they're together. That's your story for a year and a half. And they have some probably great matches because it's Danielson if you put them with the right kind of people. And then you do Bruno and Zbyszko. And you have Hook versus Danielson on the way out on Danielson's last 6 months in the wrestling business. And he passes the crown of, great technical wrestler to goddamn Hook. Would that have been worth anything?
I think that would be worth a lot. I think it would benefit Hook a lot more than all this has so far in the end. And the best thing for me, as someone who was a big fan of Danielson, who's kind of sick of him right now, and there's a lot of things in his matches I don't like anymore, I would love to see someone else book him, not him just do the things he wants to do, and not him letting the people whose ideas he's been going with give him ideas.
I concur.
That's the one thing he hasn't had. He hasn't had really good booking. Other than like his first big time where he broke out and finally got over and they gave into it, the booking in WWE, there are always questionable things, and the booking in AEW has been atrocious.
And, I guess now we can look back in hindsight. Remember when he was our favorite guy on the roster? He was a single heel. He was either the world champion at that point or about to challenge for, or somebody got hurt. He stepped up, whatever. That was accidental. They didn't really mean to do it. He just ended up there and they didn't keep him doing it. And he was the best in the fucking whole show.
Well,
all right.
Well, Jim, that Hook Chris Jericho segment, no fault of Hook's,
no,
was atrocious. Just a box of shit.
Oh, yeah.
That's too much for most people. Most people don't want a box of shit. They want a box of awesome. And we can tell them exactly where they can get that from. Our good friends at Bespoke Post and the Box of Awesome.
Because, boy, I'll tell you what, they don't deal with boxes of anything other than awesomeness over at boxofawesome.com and at Bespoke Post. And let me entertain you. Let me be your friend. Let me show you. Listen, can you hear that?
What are you doing?
The weight of this. This is my latest Box of Awesome. The Swivel. It is a desk organizer / storage compartment / whatever. It's a decorator type of item. It's a you got all the small things on your desk, Brian. You got paper clips, you got rubber bands, you got little
Lego.
you got Legos,
baseball cards.
baseball cards, whatever that
action figure arms and legs.
This isn't a goddamn coffin here. We keep the body parts out of it, but the smaller items on your desk. Well, this is called the swivel, and it is the Revolve tray from Mordico, along with the Tigerwood rollerball pin, also from Mordico. Mordico being one of the fine small businesses that the folks at Box of Awesome work with.
Did you say Tiger Woods?
No, Tigerwood. Tigerwood rollerball pin. You see, here's what's going to see the pin.
I thought it was a golf thing. You said Tiger Woods.
No, the pin.
The golf pin.
Oh, would you let me tell you about the pin? The pin, I'm taking the top off of it right now. And, it unscrews. I see what's happening here. No, the pin.
The pin is 1, 2, 3. That's the pin.
The pin, the writing pin that you have in your hand and you write with, the handle is wood. It's wood grain. So it matches, and the top is I believe this is a gold or a brushed copper. It has a very antique look, so it goes along. I'm going to put this on the desk in my antique room.
So
because it's a beautiful pen that you can jot things down with.
I thought you were saying pin. I didn't realize you were saying pen. But so Tiger Wood is a type of wood?
I said pin.
Now I realize it. I didn't realize it before.
A Tigerwood rollerball pin, because there is not rollerball Rocco. There's a rollerball and it writes beautifully. I'm making a note now to tell you later on to go fuck yourself.
Hey, that's not very nice. But my point was...
What was your point?
I had it there a second ago, and then you had to tell me to go fuck myself. No, my point was that...
Tigerwood...
Is Tigerwood a type of wood, and I'm just not aware of it? Do you know anything about Tigerwood?
Tigerwood, it's a grain is what it is. And it's tiger striped here. I'm looking at it. Can't you see it? I'm holding it up to the microphone. But it's a beautiful pen. It would belong on any executive's desk, and it comes in a little sheath. And it comes in, now there's a box to the swivel, hence the box. And then you can put all your things in that. Let's say you got jewelry, you got a watch, you got keys, you got whatever. And then there's a tray, a wood grain, beautifully accented tray that sits on it, courtesy of a little magnet fucking little device in there, a little spindle, it's not a screw, it's long, and it sticks right in there. And the swivel, hence the name swivel, with one finger, you can just turn the tray on top around to the other side, and you can get into your box, and then you can flip the tray with one finger back around, and it becomes the lid of the box so you can't see inside the box. But there's stuff in the tray on top for you to be able to put in there.
It's the worst description I've ever heard of anything.
I have told you exactly what this thing looks like.
This man learned from Bill Watts, ladies and gentlemen, and listen to him try to describe this.
And it has weight to it because it's made from the finest materials, and you can tidy up. Effortless organization at its finest is what it's talking about. A practical, stylish place for your essentials to live. It's the Revolve swivel thing here. But that's just one of the many items they have at boxofawesome.com. And 90% of everything that comes in your Box of Awesome is from a small up-and-coming brand, a mom-and-pop store that they're bringing to light. They're giving attention to these fine products from all across the highways and byways of small-town America, and we've got to support mom and pop because they're the backbone of all of us. Because if it wasn't for mom and pop boning, none of us would be here. We've got a debt of gratitude that we need to pay the mothers and the fathers out there by supporting them in their twilight years and buying all of these products, because Box of Awesome is doing a service for these people that are... Who knows how close they are to crossing the river Styx? And one more time before that eternal flame goes out, they'd like to have some recognition. That's what Box of Awesome is doing for mom and pop, and we should too. Brian, what did you get in your box this week?
Again, you do want to support the mom and pop stores, of course, and that's one great way to do it is by getting Box of Awesome.
And even if Pop has left Mom, support Mom. And by the same token, if Mom turned out to be a floozy and left Pop, still be in Pop's corner.
Well, Jim, to give the listener, let's not go down that road. I don't know what's wrong with you. Let's give the listeners a little bit of an idea of some of the other things you can get in a box of awesome. I have the last 2 boxes of awesome cards here, so it has the list of not ingredients, but occupants in the box.
Occupants? How many people did they send you this month?
I received last month, or I believe it was last month, After Midnight Candle. I received a Bow Hill Blueberry Scrub Daily Moisturizing Lotion, the Rising Moon and Rising Sun Bath Soaks, and the Tranquility Aromatherapy Oil. This month I received...
Ooh, well, now, wait a minute. Now, that sounds like that'll put you in a nice, tranquil state. It'll ease your worried mind.
Certainly.
It'll remove the stress from your body and your aura and your chakra and your Deepra and your Deepak Chopra.
This is the Soothe package, for the record.
Well, there you go. And now, what did they follow that up with now that you're nice and soothed and relaxed and calm and zen-like?
I've received now the Trail package, including the Gut Hook Knife, the Field Box, Surviving the Great Outdoors by Brandon Leonard, a pocket saw with nylon straps, and a paracord bracelet, so I could paracord whatever the hell that means.
What I was about to say, are you a paratrooper? Are you parasailing? What is paracording?
What, before I look it up, what could it mean? Let's try to figure it out.
Could it mean that you hang from a bracelet on a cord high above a fucking chasm or other deep crevice? But are they expecting you to be turned not only out of your home, but out into the wilderness where you're going to have to live off the fat of the land?
A paracord is short for parachute cord.
Oh, good Lord.
It is a lightweight nylon kernmantle rope originally used in the suspension lines of parachutes. So yeah, this could hold you up, ladies and gentlemen. You could climb the tree and not worry about, I don't know how it works, but...
But I was about to say, what are you going to be hanging off of while you're wearing that? Is that batteries not included?
Again, a lot of people out there are adventurers. Again, we're talking America. We're talking driving in America with eagles and American flags and beer. Cold, hard American beer.
Cold, hard American beer. What?
So you never know when you need a parachute cord. I mean,
whose guts are you going to hook with that gut hook knife out there, Rambo?
Hold on, let me open this.
I
got the kit here. Let me open this and see this knife.
I like my box of awesome better than yours because I get to organize things on my desk instead of contribute to the fucking downfall of society by being some type of mountain dweller that fucking preys upon society.
Ooh, this is a nice knife. Hold on. Ooh, this is really nice. Let me rip open the styrofoam. Oh, it's very sharp too. Gotta be careful here. We gotta be careful.
It's just a flesh wound. Does you have a Band-Aid?
It
seems to be bleeding worse now.
You never think, how do you package a knife when you're going to mail it to someone? Because usually you don't mail knives. This thing is wrapped in all. Well, here's a nice leather case for this nice gut hook knife. Oh man, this thing could really fuck something up. Wow, this is nice. This is nice.
Well, folks, I'll tell you what, at Box of Awesome, that's how we like to do it. We like to send you nice things, even if you should be passing a background check to receive them. But once again, folks, some of these things and many more can be yours, whether you want to drink and eat more awesome or dress and travel more fancily or explore more awesomeness of everything. The Box of Awesome folks have you covered this spring. You go to boxofawesome.com. You're sharpening that knife, aren't you?
I am. I got a sharpener here. Yeah, this thing's nice.
Yeah. Sharper than a serpent's tooth. And you take the quiz that will help them pick the right box of awesome for you that arrives at your location every month. New items across a ton of different categories every month. And when you become a member, you're going to have access to stellar discounts across the plethora of products. Maybe even as much as 30% off or more. And as we said, you're supporting dear old mom and hardworking old pop out there in the hinterlands, out there in Lawrence, Kansas, or La Jolla, California, making these handmade items and these small town products that are then taken by the Box of Awesome people and spread around the world to the benefit of these small businesses who might never otherwise have a good shake in life. And I think we've got to celebrate that by buying all these things immediately.
That's right, especially right now between Mother's Day and Father's Day.
Yeah, because then after that, it's going to be another 11 months before Mom's Day comes around. And unless you've got, is there a step-parents' day? Stepfather, stepmother? What about a cousin's day?
There's no cousin's day.
Well, it just depends on the state you're living in. But nevertheless, folks, you also get a free mystery gift with your first monthly shipment when you sign up at boxofawesome.com and enter the code JCE at checkout. That's the only way you're going to get the free mystery gift is if you enter the code JCE. If you don't want to enter the code, you ain't going to get the mystery gift. And this is not some Black Scorpion bullshit. This is a good surprise that's going to come in your box.
Yo, this wire saw is awesome. You could totally take someone out with this.
I was about to say, are you planning on dismembering a human skeleton or other type of biological structure there with the bone saw that you got?
Not that you know of. This is great. What a wonderful Box of Awesome. Support them today. They are awesome, and so are you. What's that promo code, Jim?
Boxofawesome.com, promo code JCE for a mystery gift. And bless you, Mom, and bless you, Pop.
All right, Jim, well, let's get away from the gut hook knife and get back to the gut hook that is the weekly AEW wrestling show, Dynamite.
The gut-wrenching episode of stomach churning, potentially, toenail curling. So finally, we get to the aforementioned real AEW, actually, world champion, Swerve Strickland. He's in the back, and he does a promo, and he talks about Christian Cage at Double or Nothing, and then he's wrestling Brian Cage tonight on television. More on this in a moment. Nana's still gone, but am I missing it? Are they saying Nana was injured in the attack? One of the attacks on Swerve, I think it was 2 weeks ago when they left him laying on his fucking face. Did they hurt Nana? Or is Nana just gone?
I don't know. I was wondering the same thing. And, you know, you remember Jericho got over in WCW with Ralphus. And when he came to WWE, he did not bring Ralphus. Not to say that Nana is Ralphus, but the point is, there could be the idea that Nana and the...
I think you could pick a less extreme example than Ralphus to say that Nana was somewhat of an intricate part of the puzzle that comes together when people start liking a presentation.
Right. I guess the question is there anyone there advocating for Swerve as world champion not having a dancing babyface manager who doesn't really, you know, interfere?
Well, but here's the thing. We didn't want Nana, we didn't want Swerve to have a dancing babyface manager when Swerve was invading babies' cribs and committing plunder on ships at sea and all the heinous acts he was doing. But as the people started liking him and they started liking Nana's dance, now he's the babyface. Yeah, then why not have the other guy with him that people like, that is his hype man, his manager, his second, his friend, establish a personal relationship between them, that they're friends, that he owes Nana because Nana's older man that took him under his wing, that had been around the wrestling business and knew the shark-infested water, any kind of thing like that. Are you sniffling? Because it's
I'm laughing at Nana is an older man.
Well, no, then Swerve. Then Swerve. Nana's he's been around longer in the wrestling business. His connections and, wherever Nana used to be from, where the fuck's the embassy from? The point being, make them friends, and then the world champion has a weakness. You can hurt his trainer, you can hurt his friend, his mentor, that people like. Then there was and then now, but the thing is, even if he was just, Dick Trickle and his fucking merry band of pranksters, if they beat him up and hurt him, then Swerve would be talking about it at length, shouldn't he? Or if he fired him, shouldn't he say, if Nana wasn't part of the attack by the other fucking heels in the stable that we said didn't make sense to begin with, because now you got Nana managing job guys and underneath talent and the world champion. Leave Nana with the world champion where it makes sense, but he wasn't with anybody. He wasn't with the fucking underneath heels when they turned on Swerve. What sense does this make? So he does the promo and then walks through the gorilla position out into the arena for his entrance. And he's from Washington State, which we find out this is somewhere in the vicinity of Seattle. A small smattering of cheers. This was not a Cody Rhodes entrance, was it?
Now, to be fair, AEW also, on top of not always having a lot of fan engagement at the shows at all times, doesn't do a good job, it seems, of miking the crowd. But it didn't seem like he's our Hulk Hogan, he's our world champion, he's our top guy kind of pop.
They weren't jumping up and down. They weren't waving their arms in the air like they just don't care. They weren't doing the Jey Uso with the phone. They would do Swerve's house when prompted. But there was nothing to sing along to. There was no Nana to lead in the dancing. He's a secondary world champion to fucking Moxley, who can't be injured by a goddamn rainbow bread truck running over him. And now this is... Remember, we've talked about 2 weeks in a row previously to them seeing him here that he has been left on his fucking face.
Right after winning the title. That was the follow-up to him winning the title. They completely beat him down.
And they don't just beat him down, then they leave him down and they put their foot on him so he can't move, like he's scotch taped to the goddamn canvas while they cut promos on him that he can't do anything about because he's laying down there. Just like they used to do with Hulk Hogan and Steve Austin. And then Swerve is wrestling Brian Cage. And as much as I like unintentional comedy, you know what you're going to get out of Cage, and you know what you're going to get out of this. It's going to be at least 15 minutes, and it was. And everything that the world champion can do to beat this fucking mid-card loser that has been hanging around for 5 years by the skin of his teeth. Did you get anything more out of this match than that?
I think a large part of the problem with AEW and part of the disconnect between the most hardcore AEW fans and the average wrestling fan is, to the average wrestling fan, to AEW fans, let me start with them. To AEW fans, the most hardcore of them, every match is being watched, it's being graded, it's being thought of as a good match or a great match or a bad match. To the average wrestling fan, these are long competitive squash matches. You know who's going to win. You know who should win. They will win. It's going to take them forever to beat the person that they're wrestling against. It's everyone on AEW's show. It's a long, competitive squash match.
And then subliminally, see, that's the thing. We're not saying that it shouldn't be Swerve versus Brian Cage. It should be half the length of it. And
Swerve hasn't looked impressive once since he won the title.
That's the thing, is it depends on who you're showcasing, not what everybody in the match can fucking do just because they can do it. We've said this a million times, but if you have Swerve and Brian Cage and you give them 7 minutes, Swerve shines a little bit, but Cage cuts him off, and Cage does, besides the regular wrestling in the heat, 3 or 4 things that are goddamn impressive. And then Swerve makes a comeback and hits his fucking finish. And you remember Cage as being impressive, but this guy's the world champion. Instead, if the longer Cage goes, the more awkward he's going to do something, or the more fucked up it's going to look, or just the more stupid or whatever. And at the same time, you're telling people, let's take his Swerve. Goddamn, somebody hand him a handgun. How long is it going to take him to beat this guy that doesn't ever beat anybody else? What kind of champion is this? And that's what the idea that you plant. So, and then after Swerve finally did beat him by the skin of his teeth, he got a chair and he hit him with it. What a babyface. Well, yeah, he got over doing Helix shit. But then Christian's music plays, and I swear to God, I thought, as I saw this playing out, I said, no, it has to be a rib, and and they're going to reverse this. They're going to turn it around at the last minute just to get us, you and me, Brian. But no, it was a rib. They didn't get it. They didn't turn it. Christian's music plays, and out comes Christian and Nick Plain's mom, the biggest one in the group except for the lizard. And suddenly in the ring, this fucking droop-faced fucking dullard, he looks like one of the fucking Darling Boys on the Andy Griffith Show, played by the Dillards, who were somewhat of a dullards, but they were a great right. Bluegrass group. Right. But Nick Plain came in from behind Swerve and hit him in the nuts. And Dino came in and hit him with a big boot. And then they've got an 8x10 picture that they've carried in with them, some of Swerve Strickland with, I guess, his wife and child, his family. They call it his family picture, as a woman and a kid. And an 8x10, maybe even generous, in a goddamn, I don't think there was any glass in the frame. It may have been something from Walmart that was plastic, whatever. But I guarantee even in this small of an intimate gathering of fans, they could see what the fuck he had, and he hit Swerve over the head with it. But nothing broke. Did you see glass fly or anything? It was just like hitting you with this writing pad. Boom. And Swerve goes down and hits a goddamn artery, apparently, because he's just not even dripping, but running blood from the corner of his eye.
It's every time he bleeds. If you notice, he's always, because we've seen him bleed several times. We saw Adam Page drink his blood. He bleeds a lot.
And not a lot as in often, but a lot as in quantitatively. It's what you're saying, quantitatively.
Puddle-wise, yes.
Puddle-wise, the puddle scale. So he's hit a gusher, and they held him down while Christian cut a promo on him and then wiped his family's picture in Swerve's blood. And 3 weeks in a row, the first 3 weeks after he won the title, and they've jerked his hair out of his head. I can't say this without, oh God, my face hurts. They've jerked his hair out of his head. Might as well have stuck it up his own ass for what that's worth. They have busted him open and wiped his child's picture in his own blood. And then they held him down by using him as a doormat with the lizard's foot. And that was a charity move because they was really supposed to just lay there, and Christian was taking so fucking long, Lincoln could have redone the Gettysburg Address. So is there any more way to emasculate this? When are they going to leak a fucking videotape of him goddamn being buggered by a fucking farm animal to embarrass him?
And that's 3 weeks after the pay-per-view. And next week's the go-home show for the next pay-per-view. It's ridiculous the way they've treated him since he won the title. He means less today. They can show any package they want about him doing press appearances on local morning TV shows. It doesn't do anything about the booking. It doesn't help anything about the booking. It's been booked horrible. And now, I don't want to see him and Christian Cage. I have no interest in seeing that. The only thing I will say about this...
I'm afraid Swerve's going to get hurt.
I just don't want to see it. I'm sick of Christian Cage, too. This feud has not helped that. Nick Wayne, though, when he attacked him in the ring, at least that made sense. And to me, that's the problem. It would almost make Nick Wayne the babyface. They said Nick Wayne's been waiting for this moment here in Washington, near his home, to get revenge on the guy that snuck into his home. Yeah, you know what? That makes perfect sense to me.
He was kind of justified. Well, fuck the baby face then.
You see what I mean? It's all booked backwards. It's all fucking crazy and wrong.
I'll draw less money today than yesterday. But twice as much as tomorrow.
Oh.
So then, back in the back. Let's go back in the back and see who's back. Samoa Joe was giving Hook a talking to. Basically a straighten up and fly right type of fucking speech, you know, and blah, blah, blah. I saw something in you. And to hear Samoa Joe's the heel and Hook's the baby, but he's pepping him up. Okay, they have the history, right? Blah, blah, blah.
Big pop when the people in the arena saw Joe on the screen.
Big pop and big, you know, they were into what. So for once, you've got something approaching an adult conversation amongst these fucking blithering nincompoops on his program, where Samoa Joe is trying to get Hook to dig in and ply him saying, don't fall for this bullshit and don't do it, straighten up, fly right, whatever. And then Joe walks off and they've got Shapoopy is standing next to Hook. And you know, Shapoopy has the gimmick where his phone speaks English for him. And as Joe walks off, because he's wearing a Samoa Joe shirt, the fucking Shapoopy's phone says, he's much too large to be wearing a floral print. And people fucking laugh, and the announcers laugh. And any constructive help that they might have given this thing with Hook, or to make a former world champion in their own company look like they're trying to do something for the adults in the room, they just shit all over it with just stupid silliness from this fucking guy. Again, Shibata, if he stowed away in the cargo hold of a Federal Express plane from Tokyo, they still overspent on his trance. What good is he that somebody could drive to goddamn Everett, Washington, couldn't stand there and hold that phone and fulfill?
I don't
know. So now we got the Goyles. The Goyles are up next, Brian. Tony Storm versus Harley Cameron. Timeless Tony Storm. How about Time's Up Tony Storm versus Harley Cameron? Harley Race actually had a sexual affair with Dave Cameron's wife when he was in New Zealand.
Whoa. Dave Cameron is still alive.
Cameron,
let's not say things like that about a man. Jeez.
Harley, he would be proud if Harley had screwed his wife.
No, he wouldn't have. Let's just make sure we get that on the record. No. One of the great historians, Dave Cameron, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, but Harley Cameron, well, she's from across the pond over there, right?
Steve Ogilvy, if you hear this, do not play this for Dave Cameron.
Anyway, we love Dave over there, but
do you love Harley Cameron?
No, I love Harley Quinn, my little puppy dog, but no. That was a match that happened. And then after it, Renee Moxley Good was out there and introduced Mercedes Moon. And she did the entrance with the stripper dance and the Can CEO chants and no reaction from the crowd. And I think it's become part of the reason why she has become such an annoying fucking heel to people. I don't even know if it's a money drawing heel. I think they're booing her just because she's full of shit and they know it. And they don't want to see her. And nothing as good is going to happen when she's out there. That kind of booing. And part of what has made it that way, besides the way she's been booked and this haphazard logic about everything and her being opposite Willow, who's the biggest baby face they got, and blah, blah, blah. she acts like she is so over, and she has been doing this since before she knew she wasn't going to be over. She acted this way from the first time we saw her, that she was so over when she comes out, that she's so full of herself, and she's so convinced that people are viewing her as a star. Since the initial reaction, she has doubled down on acting more like she's leaning into more like she's over. And the fans have responded by leaning into more like you ain't over and we don't like you. And so now it's feeding on it that she's acting such a star that's getting zilch reaction that it puts her over as more of a heel. But and I'm not sure if she realizes this, and they're making her a heel now. Obviously, I say obvious. They're following the trend, right? Because they now know that she's become a heel, and is Tony convinced that that means that he can still get his money's worth out of her if he just goes with it? Or does he know that they've shit the bed on the whole thing? Because she ain't a good heel either. Help me.
I don't know. And I think this is one of those situations where the AEW fans may not be fully accepting her, and they love Willow. And why wouldn't you? Willow needs help with promos.
That's what I was about to say. Why wouldn't you? But go ahead.
Other than that, and, she's still at the beginning of her career. She just started talking on TV, within the last year and a half? Mercedes Moné has been doing it for a long time.
Well, my God. It's not exactly a full-throated endorsement of experience, but still.
But my point is the fans chose Willow, and they like Willow. And now they probably have to watch Willow do a job for Mercedes Moné, and they know it.
Well, but also from what you said, I agree with both things you said. A, the fans like Willow, and she's a big baby face with them. And B, she's not experienced at promos, which is exactly why somebody wrote her, or potentially she wrote herself, but a dramatic, long dissertation, and she recited it, and she's trying to put the inflections. She's trying, but I go back to my advice to everybody for the last 30 years in camps and tryout seminars and training programs and whatever. Give me a degree of difficulty of 5 and an execution of 10. When they try to get dramatic with the verbiage and there's inflections that need to be done and blah, blah, blah. It took a while. It was dramatic. There was somewhat of an element of recitation in it. As Dusty used to say, when people were seeing a segment that seemed like it wasn't going to end, people at home thinking, when will this bullshit be over with? They like Willow and they cheer the things they say, but you don't put somebody at that level of experience on the spot to go that long and get this involved with this. She's trying to rally the troops and do a campaign speech when maybe she's not ready yet, is what I'm saying. So Mercedes was even longer. Well, it just seemed like it. Maybe it wasn't as long, but it seemed longer because it was worse acting and rotten material. And then they fought, and Willow powerbombed her through the fucking table. And it was the biggest pop of the show.
And the referees all ran over to make sure she wasn't dead.
Well, but I mean, dead professionally or medically? Because what does it say when the biggest pop on the show is this superstar that you won a supposed bidding war for and cost you a lot of money? The people have just cheered when she got powerbombed through the fucking table before she's ever had a goddamn match. And she started out as a babyface a month ago or whatever.
The best thing you could hope for is that Willow and Statlander get signed by WWE. But I don't know how realistic that is that it's going to happen anytime soon.
Get Willow, get Willow, get Willow. That's my advice to the WWE. Get Willow, get Willow, get Willow. So, getting to the championship match. And by the way, they put the news out earlier in the day that Tony Khan tweeted they were going to have a significant overrun on Dynamite. Did you see that messaging going out?
You know, I had not seen that, and it was certainly the longest overrun that I recall ever watching.
But do you know how long it actually was significant is in his mind?
How long?
7 minutes.
Wait, it went longer than that.
That's what it looked like to me on my fucking DVR, because I taped Modern Family. It was supposed to be on afterwards, and when I paused it, when all the shit was over with, we were 7 minutes into Modern Family.
Oh, I thought I'll wait till the ratings.
No, but you know what? Wait a minute.
Okay.
For once, their overrun, their normal overrun of 5 minutes was on the DVR. And so I was recording for 2 hours and 5 minutes, and I got 7 minutes past that, so it would be 12 minutes.
There you go, because I was going to say it was like 13 minutes on my end.
But why then, now that they have started putting 5 minutes onto the goddamn DVR, then why are they still over? Just put whatever it's going to goddamn be.
When has the overrun been effective in helping anything? Does the network want them to have it just because it gives an artificial boost usually to the rating? Otherwise, how has having an overrun helped at all?
But now that they are having an overrun, actually, they're doing what everybody from us to Brian Alvarez said they ought to do: put it on the DVR listing, tell the cable company it's going to be 5 minutes more. So now that's there, and then they go over that.
They still go over, yeah.
So can't they just goddamn decide what it's going to be? Because it's not like there's an actual match going on that can't end. It's like, no, we can't go off the air before the last touchdown, whatever. No, they can do whatever they want. So
every single segment on the show could have had at least 2 minutes shaved off it, legitimately.
Some of those things could have been amputated. But anyway, are you ready for our main event?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, because it's Cody. The Continental Breakfast title was on the line with Cody defending against Dax Harwood. Now, first, there were 3 of these titles at one time. They were independent of each other. It was the Ring of Honor title. It was the, oh, God damn it,
New Japan Strong
title, and one they made up.
The winner of the Continental Classic Tournament.
There you go. And that person was champion of all 3 of those things.
Triple Crown, they called it before.
Triple Crown. But apparently then they decided that you could lose one of your crowns individually. And who was champion at Kingston? Kingston lost one of these to somebody. But now he's hurt anyway, so it doesn't matter. But he still has something. But Cody ended up with this. So that's the title lineage that we've come to know, right?
Right.
Well, there you go. So anyway, Dax may be, again, the best and the most dependable in-ring guy in the company, but he's never meant less. FTR has never meant less. Dax has never meant less as an individual wrestler because he's a loser. He never wins a singles match except against Cash. He hardly ever wins a tag team match.
Well, for the record, he did just win a match on Collision, I believe, against Tommy Billington, the Dynamite Kid, the nephew of Tom Billington. Which people were raving about. They said it was really good. I even heard from people in the company, oh, you got to watch this match. And he beat the Dynamite Kid's nephew who had never wrestled there before.
Well, then right there, that would propel one into superstardom. So FTR's never been colder. They've been booked into obscurity. He will lose here undoubtedly. But it's to showcase their newest, $1 billion investment. And my opinion was, okay, He hasn't had a good match since he got here. In my opinion, he is generally the least impressive, laziest import that they have had from Japan. More than Minoru Suzuki, more than Ishii. But if anybody can have a tear down the house match with Okodi, it'll be Dax, right? And by the way, since this is for the Continental Breakfast title, the rules are no one at ringside and no interference. So once again, for the newer listeners, that means they can stop it anytime they want. What they have done now with this stupid Mark basement E-Fed booking rule is illustrate that the promotion, anytime it wants, can stop interference from outside parties and running in angles, heat by the heels, whatever. They just, when they don't stop it, it's because they didn't want to. So the heels don't get any heat for it. We established that when they first pulled this fucking stupid bullshit, right?
Right.
And then they ring the bell at 9:54 p.m., so the significant overrun. And Brian, I'm sorry, maybe you can find something I missed. I watched it like you did with the plumber. My mind is closed on him, has been a long time ago, sort of like the fucking lid of a grease trap or a septic tank. But with Okodi, everybody says he's done things. Okay. But this looked to me like a fantasy camp where an established pro is being paid to work out a match with some mark with no physique, no personality, no facial expression, no experience, not a ton of coordination. And they're walking through it with the mark, trying to make sure he doesn't get hurt. And that's, it's the best one that he's had because Dax was having it with him. And Dax is the best guy he's been in the ring with, but a fibromyalgia patient works a more physical style than fucking Okodi. What am I missing?
For the record, I like Okada. I thought the match with Pac was good. I think he is good. I don't think he's an inexperienced guy who's not good. Now, with that said, sometimes people who have worked a hard schedule with a really hard style, that sometimes you question how much is working and how much is just, they're laying it in. Sometimes maybe they would, leave their country and come to another country and hopefully not have to do that. He's not working the G1 anymore, you know what I mean? And I don't think the two guys in the ring were the problem. The fans weren't into it. That's a booking issue more than anything else. Okada's been used like a jerk-off, and FTR never wins.
But no, come on. If the people in Greenville, South Carolina are seeing this son of a bitch for the first time, and that's what they saw, Okada ain't going to ever draw any money in Greenville, South Carolina. I'm sorry. I'm seeing a performance that most guys that were at least halfway in the upper 50 percentile of their class in wrestling school for about a year and a half could fucking have. I don't, and here's if this translated to another sport, the MO that you just gave about how, well, sometimes the people work a hard schedule and they go somewhere else. Well, maybe then one of the baseball teams needs to sign Pete Rose. Isn't he's still living, right?
Well, he's not allowed. He's ineligible from being involved with Major League Baseball.
But there's a statute of limitations on everything. No, the point I'm making is...
It's a lifetime ban. There's no statute of limitations.
Because he, in 1970, goddamn 3, you ought to seen him fucking run those bases. So let's sign him today for a bunch of money and let him run the bases now. That's the same fucking logic.
Again, we'll see how it works. And I'm not saying this is a perfect analogy, but Butch Reed was a kick-ass fucking wrestler in Mid-South Wrestling as a babyface and as a heel. Great. You didn't see any of that when he became the natural Butch Reed in the WWF. But when he went to the NWA, WCW, Doom were pretty awesome. Same guy. WWF caused a lot of guys to work a different schedule, or a different pace, a different style because of the schedule. Again, not a perfect analogy, but maybe Okada understands that, especially for these fans. I mean, what are they going to do if the fans are just sitting there? Eventually they got them up for some stuff at the end, but if the fans are just sitting there watching, what else do you want them to do?
Have work, sweat, have some aggression, have some on a goddamn headlock takeover. Don't look like a goddamn awkward fucking 4-month trainee. You don't have to take bumps through furniture if the fans aren't reacting, but if you have some goddamn body language, if you're making that much money, have some body language, have some snap in your shit, have some precision to your fucking execution. Do the simple shit and make it look like it's fucking hard and rough and difficult. Sell a goddamn fucking hold if you have to, but don't just fucking wander around from piss poor fucking move to piss poor move and then let Dax lead you where he's doing everything that I just mentioned. Dax was doing. The other guys, he's a Japanese George Goulas. He doesn't even stand up. He doesn't even stand up straight. If he puts a fucking suit jacket on and doesn't put his arms in the fucking sleeves, it would slide right off those sloped shoulders. Good God.
Okada speaks better English, too, than George Goulas.
Well, I'm not disputing that. And then, so anyway, Okada kicks the rope into Dax's nuts and then hits the short arm clothesline 1, 2, 3. So Dax's string is alive. And then here comes Jungle Jackoff and the Buckaroos in and start getting heat on Dax. How many matches tonight? This is for their big multi-man garbage match at the pay-per-view, but every match they've had in the ring, then the fucking, if the heel wins, he still goddamn gets on it. Whatever.
And they weren't getting heat.
And no, they were getting heat on Dax in terms of the physical act of trying to look like you're beating him up, but they weren't getting any heat. And then Cash and Danielson come in and the heels stop them too. And they're getting a lousy heat. And then the music plays and here comes Darby Allin. Darby Allin. His foot is flopping around. His face is bashed in. He's hitting everybody with a skateboard while he's wearing a pink furry parka. I thought somebody had slipped something in my goddamn Sprite Zero.
The human bus stop.
The human bus stop, Darby Allin. Bus stop, I drop, it parks right on my old schnozola. All right, apologies
the
to
Hollies.
the Hollies.
Wow, the Hollies here on the show.
Yeah, it came right. It was there. And the heels bailed out of the situation. And apparently his face is still bashed in and he's not quite recovered yet, but he'll come back and be on Team AEW in a fucking anything goes 8-man garbage match. And there's an injured fucking guy. You know, his family may sue Tony. I know Darby wouldn't ever if he was still, but if they succeed in their mission, the family could still sue Tony Khan and AEW for gross negligence and malfeasance and potentially body odor, couldn't they?
You know, both guys are from Washington. It says a lot who got the bigger pop on this night, Swerve Strickland or Darby Allin. Obviously, it's a surprise, but still, it was the biggest pop of the entire show next to Willow powerbombing Mercedes Moné. Big pop for Darby. He's over. So you just got to give him time to fuck that up. He's a part of Team AEW now with Danielson and FTR for the Stadium Stampede, Arena Anarchy, whatever the hell this garbage is going to be. Didn't Danielson get hurt in one of these with Jericho?
I think so.
Yeah. All right, well.
Well, now they're both in it.
Hey, at least they ended the show with a babyface making a comeback and kicking ass and not getting his ass kicked. That's progress.
Well, but Darby can never sell again because if he can get hit by a bus and go to a fucking Broadway play, what kind of bump is going to hurt him?
Well, that was Dynamite, and as Jim begins modulating, we will all modulate now and hop forward to the future in the time machine. Let's find out about those ratings for this show. Let's go to the time machine right now. All right, I know Jim's excited. We are in the future.
That sounds like if you hit the Who in the head with a brick.
That was Mama O'Reilly right there that I just played. But ladies and gentlemen, we are here with Bad Jokes and the AEW.
Yes, and Kyle O'Reilly wants a word with you also. And so does Baba.
Well, speaking of Bad Jokes, the AEW Dynamite ratings are right here.
Oh, boy.
Jim, Wednesday.
What was it last week? How many did they have last week? They were down in the sevens, weren't they?
Last week was 711,000 viewers on average.
That's a 7-Eleven. Well, did they get boxcars this week, or what happened on Wednesday, May 15th?
And actually, let me just say this because it has some stats here from WrestleNomics. Well, I'll give them in a second. Wednesday, May 15th, AEW Dynamite on TBS, 8 to 10:12 p.m. On average, 672,000 viewers.
Oh, to quote the late, great Paul Bearer, oh, sweet Jesus.
That is the lowest overall rating since January 6, 2021. That is
Wait, I wonder why that nobody was watching anything else on television on January 6, 2021.
You know, I didn't even realize that. That's a very good point. And the key demo...
So we could even give AEW a pass on that day, but go ahead.
And the key demo, which was a 0.23, is the lowest key demo, which of course is 18 to 49-year-old males. The lowest key demo number in English since June 24th, 2020.
I don't know what happened on June 24th, 2020. So a lot of people were intubated around that time.
It was number 6 among cable telecasts for Wednesday, with the NBA dominating the night. Versus last week, obviously minus 5%. Versus the trailing 4-week average, which is 715 minus 6%. Versus last year at the same... Is this last year at the same time? No, that's quarter to quarter. I wanted to see if we had last year's number for the same week, but let's go to these quarterly numbers.
Well, you know, and here's something to give the Cult of Cornette listeners some homework. All of you mathematical geniuses and statisticians out there. They do the NBA playoffs every year. We keep saying that, right? So this happens every year, but this don't happen to their numbers every year. Is the NBA suddenly overperforming what they've done the last few years since AEW has been in existence against them? Or is it just that the same amount of people are watching the NBA, give or take, and people are just jumping off the AEW ship? That's a good thing to ponder.
There are people still making excuses for what has been for us obvious for a very long time, and now the chickens are coming home to roost. It's a bad wrestling TV show. It's poorly booked. It's poorly done. It's not a good American wrestling television show.
I don't know if it's a good Ecuadorian television wrestling show.
But you hear the excuses. It's the NBA playoffs, and they're a big deal. It's a very big deal. And you also hear the excuse that there are people dropping cable. There's a drop rate. So it's affecting every channel and every show. However, what that conveniently ignores is that AEW's decline in viewership is outpacing all of those things. It's not just people getting rid of cable, so, all right, I will consume my AEW in another way. It's people dropping AEW. And people need to recognize that. Jim, the quarterly numbers supplied by WrestleNomics. Quarter 1, 8 to 8:15 p.m., Jeff Cobb and Kyle Fletcher versus Bryan Danielson and Jon Moxley with picture-in-picture, 753,000 viewers.
Oh, that is the lowest start point in quite some time. Even like I think they've killed the Big Bang Theory's ratings. Just if people don't want to watch that last Big Bang Theory on the on the off chance, the risk that they might lead into the wrestling program and not be able to cut it off in time.
I always mention to you that WrestleNomics has a trend line in the chart here, and if anyone wants to ever see it, just go check out their Patreon. But this is 753. It doesn't have an exact number, but the 90-day trend is over 900,000 to start. So this is way off.
Way off. You're way off.
Quarter 2, the continuation of that match, the post-match with Konosuke Takeshita, who just did an interview in Japan complaining about the booking, and Claudio Castagnoli, a recap of some sort. Oh, that was the recap of Swerve and Christian, I believe. Adam Copeland and the House of Black's live angle, and the Elite and Jack Perry backstage promo, followed by an ad break. 692,000 viewers.
Well, on the plus side, looking at the bright side of things, that's not as many as they usually lose because they didn't start as many to begin with, but they only lost 61,000. Usually it's over six figures.
Well, if there's anyone who consistently loses viewers on this show, it's the Young Bucks. Let's go to quarter 3, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. The FTR backstage promo, Christopher Daniels and Matt Sydal versus the Young Bucks with picture-in-picture, and the post-match, 656,000 viewers.
Boom! Well, they did what they normally do, and there goes another 36,000. So now we're down.
Oh.
We're still only down about 97,000 from the start.
And this did 285,000 in 18 to 49-year-old males, which is the low point of the show.
Ooh.
So that audience is not accepting the Young Bucks right now.
Well, because think about it. People want to see, like people like them on television. And if the men 18 to 49 don't want to see the Bucks, that's entirely understandable. The Bucks would need to be men ages 18 to 49 before those people would want to see them.
We go to quarter 4, 8:45 to 9 p.m. Tony Storm's backstage promo, an ad break, Malachi Black's backstage promo, Hook versus Sebastian Wolf.
Oh boy.
Hook and Chris Jericho's live promo and angle with Big Bill and Shabata, and the Swerve Strickland backstage promo. 692,000 viewers, and the high point in the key demo, 312,000.
So as soon as the Buckaroos got off the fucking screen, people came back and they equaled what they did in quarter 2.
I expect that trend will continue in the weeks ahead. The numbers.
Wow, for that quarter that you just read, people came back. Mm-hmm. Can you imagine how much they didn't want to see what came before?
For the top angle in the company, but let's go now to the world champion, quarter 5, the big 9 o'clock hour, 9 to 9:15 p.m. Brian Cage versus Swerve Strickland with picture-in-picture, 652,000 viewers.
Oh, and they lost another 40 at the top of the hour. And that's the lowest point in the show, but I guess not the lowest point in the key demo.
No, the lowest point was the Young Bucks segment.
But now again, looking at the thing on the positive side, they've only lost 101,000 people total from where they started. They've usually lost at least 150 or more by now. Maybe 200.
Well, we go now to quarter 6, 9:15 to 9:30 p.m. The continuation of Strickland versus Cage, the post-match with Christian and his friends, the ad break, the Hook Shabata backstage angle with Samoa Joe, and the beginning of Tony Storm versus Harley Cameron, 678,000 viewers.
Well, at least they're gaining. They're right in the pocket here.
Well, the pocket, you can't.
Does it have a hole in the bottom?
I was going to say, you can't say the pocket continues. That wouldn't make any sense. But the pocket is here again at quarter 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. The continuation of Tony Storm versus Harley Cameron with picture-in-picture, the Will Ospreay Roderick Strong backstage confrontation, Willow Nightingale and Mercedes Moné's live contract signing, the start of that, 663,000 viewers.
So as soon as another one of the high-priced acquisitions gets on a screen, people start tuning out.
We then go to quarter 8, and I remind you, we have an overrun here. But
yes.
quarter 8, 9:40.
More like run over.
Quarter 8, 9:45 to 10 p.m., the continuation of the contract signing, an ad break, and the start of Kazuchika Okada versus Dax Harwood with picture-in-picture. 622,000 viewers. And the overrun, 10 to 10:12 p.m., so almost a full quarter. The continuation of Harwood versus Okada, and the post-match with the Young Bucks, Jack Perry, Cash Wheeler, Bryan Danielson, Darby Allin, and you. 634,000 viewers.
So, Mercedes only ran off 15,000 people, but as soon as they got a look at O'Cody, 41,000 said, oh, hell no. And then we had another 12,000 straggle in the overrun looking for the start of Modern Family.
It's every quarter you can do just a complete analysis and understand why the show doesn't pick up steam, why the show doesn't pick up viewers, why people don't come back. Again, the numbers will likely go up after the NBA playoffs. Are they going to go back to where they were? I don't know about that. Jeff Cobb and Kyle Fletcher versus Danielson and Moxley. Jeff Cobb is someone you never see on this show. Kyle Fletcher is someone who's never won a match on this show against Danielson and Moxley. Moxley, who means... Actually, I shouldn't... It's hard to say. Moxley still means a lot to the hardcore AEW fan, but that isn't really growing anymore. And Danielson's just kind of coasting right now, it seems like. Then you get more of that. Takeshita's involved. Again, complaining about the booking now. Claudio's involved. No one cares about Claudio right now. The Adam Copeland House of Black stuff is awful. Every babyface on this show gets destroyed. Jack Perry's backstage promo. Jack Perry can't pull this off. He looks like he's selling dime bags. He doesn't seem believable in any way. FTR's promo. FTR's dead. Daniels and Seidel versus the Young Bucks. The Young Bucks are dead. No one has seen Daniels on this show in forever, even has thought about him. Matt Seidel's never won a match on this show. Tony Storm's backstage promo. Hey, at least they present her like a star. I may not like it, but at least they present her like a star. Malachi Black's back in the fucking spooky corner with a ring. How did he get there from the ring? He's doing his promo. The Hook match. You know what? People like Hook. There you go. And then you drag Jericho and Big Bill into this, and it turns it into a shit show. Swerve Strickland versus Brian Cage. Swerve Strickland's the world heavyweight champion. He's been made to look like a fucking bitch on this show 3 weeks straight since winning the title, and it didn't really do him any favors before he won the title. After that, we got what? Tony Storm versus Harley Cameron. The woman who had her first match on the show last week has a long match with Tony Storm here. Of course, Dave Meltzer and Brian Alvarez got into a giant fight over who the heel was here. So the objective or whatever they were trying to have as their goal there probably didn't get achieved. Then we have what? Roderick Strong and Will Ospreay backstage. Will Ospreay cuts a good promo, and it was a pre-tape backstage with a stable that was led by the Devil that took down the AEW World Champion and now are jerk-offs on this show that you never even think about. So that's happening. And then we get Willow and Mercedes Moné. Willow Nightingale needs practice and maybe coaching about how to talk, but she's got a lot. She's got something going on. Mercedes Moné has been a complete disaster, a bust, a bomb. The AEW fans aren't into her. She's coming across awful on these shows. She's coming across like she's on NXT on these shows. Just terrible. And then Okada versus Harwood. Okada.
Well, how can you go wrong there?
Okada has been lost in the shuffle. If they really gave him a lot of money, he hasn't meant it so far. He's just another guy on that show, and he's tagged or he's put with the jerk-off stable that the fans don't believe in. The Young Bucks and Jack Perry. Versus
and
Dax
he looks
Harwood.
like a fibromyalgia patient.
Versus Dax Harwood, who never wins a match against anyone important. So this is the main...
Have we seen him win against anyone?
Well, against the Dynamite Kid's nephew. He only
puts stars over.
Yeah. And this is the main event on this show. There's a reason why people dive off this show. There's nothing there. The booking is awful. And everyone wants to pretend it's something else.
But you left out the biggest question. You're supposed to say what?
What's the biggest question?
Where's Nana?
Well, that is a very good question. Will he be written off the show? Or will he ever appear dancing again? Will he turn on Swerve and go with the moguls, which would be so stupid? But everything on this show, the commentators are useless. It's not just that I don't like Excalibur and Shivani. It's that they're useless as lead commentators. They don't do anything to help the show at all. They're useless. Eliminator matches. There's something no one needs to hear ever again. Here's an eliminator match. It sounds great in Tony's head. It sucks. And it doesn't make anyone join the show or care about this. The overrun sucks. It does nothing but make people say, okay, I can leave the show. Everything is a disaster. And everyone wants to pretend like, oh, everything's all right. And Tony will do a press scrum after the next pay-per-view and say, everything's great. We've had a great string of great shows. I think these are the best shows we've ever done. Everything's wonderful. The show's awful right now. They are lucky the number's not lower than it is because it's a bad show. It's a badly produced and badly booked wrestling show. They're lucky the number isn't a lot lower.
Well, Brian, I've got to tell you, I'm extremely disappointed in you and your negative attitude. I think we need to give these people some leeway. They're still new. They're finding their way. I'm always one to look on the bright side of things and give people a second chance and not take them to task when they're giving their best effort. I just don't know where this animosity from you is coming from. You're cracked. You've cracked. You've finally snapped.
It's just terrible. There's still fans pretending this isn't terrible. And you want to fix this? It can't be Tony. Tony doesn't recognize that Tony's the problem. And you have people like Dave Meltzer, who Tony parrots, who don't understand what the problem is. We've been telling you this was coming for a long time. For a long time. And here it is. They don't have anyone on this show who could fucking draw. They don't have CM Punk. They don't have MJF. The two biggest draws they had for everything, company-wide, across the board. One's injured, and fans of his are hoping he stays injured and doesn't come back and goes to WWE. And the other one was chased out of the company by the people who are driving the ratings into the toilet. This company's a joke. This company's a joke. They don't draw fans anywhere. The pay-per-views are down. Everything is down, and everything was preventable.
Let me bring you up one more topic. They got nobody left to sign either, do they? There's no more game changers. There's no more superstar free agents. Are there any more indie darlings? Have they burned through everybody that they could get that is supposedly would make a difference?
There's always people that we don't know of that are out there, but primarily?
Well, people that we don't know of, they're not going to be game changers, are they?
You wouldn't think so, but primarily, they have milked the indies dry. They have sucked the roster dry of New Japan. They have taken a lot of WWE cast-offs that were not necessary on this show. There's a lot still being paid that aren't even on this show. Where's Miro?
He's in Bulgaria.
That's right. I mean, it's how do you take this seriously? Who are they going to sign? What are they going to do? Are they going to wait for a WWE star to become a free agent? Tony doesn't do himself any favors. For anyone who thinks just money solves anything, you're going to make a lot of money if you're a star in WWE. Do you really want more money to be a part of the chaos factory? It's not worth it. Who's going to take that deal? Someone that Paul Levesque and Nick Khan don't want. That's who.
Well,
seriously, would you sign there if you cared about your career and wanted to do something?
God, no.
Would you sign other than money?
Because now we've got a track record. The only talent that they didn't kill off, bury, diminish, make less than they were before when he came into the company was CM Punk, and they ran him off outright. Everybody else has been made marginal, immaterial, less than they were before, hasn't panned out, been booked into oblivion. From Okody and Mercedes and Ostrich and Edge and on and on and on. All of the Paige. Where's Paige? Soraya, whatever they call her these days. Nobody knows she's still in the business.
That is what they call her these days, in fact.
Yes. So, if they did that to recognized, pretty big names in the business, when they start going to these indie darlings, what are they going to do to them? Make them more meaningless.
Here's the other thing, too, just going to the overall booking, and no matter what wrestlers you want to put in there, the Young Bucks are complete failures at this right now. But it could be them or it could be anybody. They did an angle where the promoter got beat up in front of his billionaire dad. Then an EVP who was arguably one of the biggest stars in the company. Kenny's up there. Kenny actually is someone who has been able to be a draw in that company. That's one of the reasons he can't work anymore, because of the way he worked. He broke himself down. And he gets beat up, put in the hospital. They followed it up with all this. It means nothing. They decided to do this. They know when the NBA playoffs are. They decided to do this string of angles when they were almost guaranteed the lowest viewership, barring the booking continuing to drive people away, that they would have all year, all things being equal. The NBA playoffs kill them, unless Vanderpump moves back to Wednesdays. So why would they book any of this in the middle of this? Why wouldn't you wait till the week after the NBA playoffs?
Do you think if somebody is interested in real sports, they're going to be watching AEW? Even if they're interested in WWE, I think they don't even, I'm sure the Buckaroos don't even consider the NBA playoffs competition because none of their, goofy indie marks that love them would be caught dead at anything besides a fucking wrestling match. They don't watch basketball. They don't watch football. They don't watch wrestling if it looks real. They only watch silly cartoon shit. So that's not your sports audience.
And then Swerve wins the belt, and then they put him in this feud with Christian, which sucks so bad. And Christian's just so fucking annoying as this fucking character, because that's what it is. It's a character. Why wasn't Swerve put into this Young Bucks thing? That would have made perfect sense. Who's on Team AEW? How about the world champion? The guy who the Young Bucks a couple weeks ago on TV were fucking with.
But then, unfortunately, then he'd have to work with the Young Bucks and people would revolt in droves. He's dead either way.
Team AEW's Darby, Danielson, and FTR. It's just,
well, now to be fair, they didn't know Kingston was going to get hurt.
He apparently broke his leg. Is that what it is?
I don't know.
Apparently he had a match in New Japan at that show in California, and because they did some kind of gimmick match for this New Japan show in America, he hit both of his legs on the barricade apparently and broke one of his legs, and we saw the clips of the angle with the Young Bucks and Jack Perry and him on the show. They had to wait apparently a while for him to be able to get into the ring. They didn't know if they were going to be able to do the angle because he was so messed up. But they had time. Luckily, they had lots of time.
Well, at least he has time now off to give birth to that hippopotamus that he's been expecting.
Oh, will you stop it? Why do you got to mess with the guy? He's hurt right now.
Well, because he's had, 4 years now to lose a little weight or get a little tan to cover up some of it. Fat looks better brown and white, or just stop taking his fucking straps down.
You know what's sad, too? This one match, this Anarchy in the Arena match, is the match he fits in perfectly for. He was in one before. He would have been perfect in that match, and now he's another guy injured. Although Ricky Starks was on that injured list, and he's saying he's not injured. He just doesn't know why he's being used. And Sammy Guevara reportedly says the same thing. I don't know why I'm not being called back.
Well, no, he's suspended because
he was suspended, 2 months ago?
He hurt somebody else and then...
Jeff Hardy.
And then picked him up and dropped him on his head again. But I don't know... What about instead of suspending the fucking guy for that, why don't you stand him up in front of the rest of the roster and say, stupid, do not be like stupid, and point at him?
We've been saying this was all coming for a long time. You're now seeing it from AEW fans. You're now seeing it from the Observer fans. Even they recognize that they can't pretend anymore. Tony's the problem. The show's awful. The promotion's being run really poorly. Nobody's over. And that's that. And any of the wrestlers who want to get on social media and try to defend the company, you look like a fucking boob. Everyone knows why you're doing it. Nobody believes you. You look like an idiot. Anyone who wants to try to defend everything that's happening here, you look like an idiot. You know who looks like they're telling the truth? Takeshita, Ricky Starks, the guys who have no idea what's going on, the guys who get ghosted, the guys who get over and then are just off TV. Atrocious. And it's all Tony Khan's fault.
Well, now next week for Dynamite, they're going to be out in the Lollipop Guild's home area, right? The fucking... Well,
they're on a West Coast swing, I guess, because they were just in Washington, then they did Portland for Collision, and now they're going to be coming down to California.
Hollywood swinger.
Wherever your homeless are, you will find AEW for the next few weeks.
Well, but they're in Bakersfield, and we've mentioned Bakersfield, the home of the Buck Owens sound, right? And that's right near... the Buckaroos' hometown. And that's, where all their friends are. You think they're going to sell out? Are they in a big building there? I heard maybe their advance wasn't too good. As a matter of fact, they're at the Mechanics Bank Arena. I have this information here in front of me. They're at the Mechanics Bank Arena. Here's what I don't know, Brian. What's the capacity of that arena if you're actually using it as an arena?
Let me look
instead
that
of
up.
a piss hole in a snowbank.
I will look that up right now.
But in the Mechanics Bank Arena this is from yesterday. So let's say 6 days out, they have distributed 1,530 tickets. Now, that's not sold, that's distributed. That counts comps and whatever. And they're set up for 2,300 people in this arena.
Capacity 10,000.
10,000! So they're running a 10,000 seat building. They've set it up for 2,300, and they got 1,500 out 6 days before the national television broadcast. In their home area. I'm surprised that Maddie and Nikki weren't out on the sidewalk, passing out flyers and drumming up support.
Yeah, you guys can brag about having mansions in the desert. You got it by ripping off a billionaire. You guys ain't worth it. You guys can't draw. You guys ain't moving merch at any real level. Nobody cares to watch you on this show. It's over, and neither one of you are 40 yet. Good job. Great job. Fucking idiots.
Wait a minute, what did you say? What kind of job was it?
I said it was a great job. Well, we'll be hearing more of that, I'm sure, during the media scrum, and this was ratings. Didn't mean to get off on a rant here. I'm just so fed up with this fucking show. It never gets better, and you watch it and you're like, if anyone was booking, it's not even if I was booking, if my daughter was booking, they would have a better way to format this show and make things make sense. If you notice, when Tony switched from whatever it was, vertical to horizontal, and then bought Ring of Honor, everything went to shit completely.
Everything went to shit. He needs to go back vertical.
That's right. Well, those are the ratings. Let's go back. Any final comments before we go back to the past?
Yes, I just wish you'd try to be more positive like me.
All right. Well, I'll be positive like Jim or positive like the Sheik. I'm not sure, but let's go back to the show right now. Time travel. I never played with that one before. Well, we are here in the future again.
That's what she said.
Back from the past. That's what she said. I have no comeback for that, ladies and gentlemen. But here we are, back from Dynamite.
Sounded like John Kay was about to break out into a rendition of Magic Carpet Ride.
Well, Jim, maybe when you're on the magic carpet going back and forth, or maybe just purely right after watching AEW Dynamite, that feeling you get in your head, you need to lay down, you need a good night's sleep, you got to get some relief off your shoulders. Is that what you say? I don't even know. But you need some help, ladies and gentlemen.
You gotta
And we all need some help. Trust me, we need some help, ladies and gentlemen.
I know somebody that needs some help. And folks, I can tell all of you how you can sleep better. Don't listen to Brian last. But if your medicine cabinet is crammed with stuff that doesn't work, that's been in the news a lot lately. All these over-the-counter remedies that'll either not do anything or do the wrong things. You need to be more natural. You need clean ingredients, high-quality formulations, scientists involved in these things. And that's our folks from CB Distillery. Our friends over there at CB Distillery, that's what you need to do, folks. You need to concentrate on no fluff and no fillers, just pure, effective CBD solutions designed to help support your health. Because CBD solutions are where it's at in 2 non-clinical surveys. That means that these people didn't have to be committed to clinics after the survey was over with. 81% of customers experienced more calm. 80% said CBD helped with pain after physical activity. An impressive 90% said they slept better with CBD. And 3%, including much of Louisville, Kentucky, said that the baby birds chirped louder when you gave them a little CBD with their seed.
Well, no, that's not what anyone has said, and that's not recommended. This is for human consumption only, want to remind you. This is Based on non-clinical surveys, these surveys were conducted in a 7-Eleven parking lot. As far away from the clinic as possible.
I'm telling you, that it was right across the street from that clinic. But if you struggle with any kind of health concern, call 911.
Help!
But if you need to sleep or just relax, calm down, zone out, tune out, or potentially relax after you've seen one of these high-quality episodes of modern professional wrestling, our friends at CB Distillery have over 2 million happy customers. Some of them are positively blissful. And there's one of them right now. We need to throw another net on top of him. And you get a solid 100% money-back guarantee if you are not satisfied, if you're not comatose after taking some of this product. We'll have your family contact them, and they'll give your estate the money back. And right now, we can get you a 20% discount to get you started, folks. They've got all kinds of products on cbdistillery.com containing the aforementioned CBD, and you can choose and pick. And you get 20% off all things on that website if you use the code JCE. cbdistillery.com. Use the code JCE for 20% off. And again, before you ask, Brian, that code again, JCE.
All right, there it is.
Ooh.
Well,
I'll tell you what. Well, I knew it was going to come out eventually, but I didn't know it was going to make that noise.
All right, well, I don't know what's happening over there. Let me put this down. Jim.
It had been up there for a while.
There's still, I want to get to questions, but we have all these things happening, and there's
things going on.
Let's follow up on AEW Dynamite, because a ton of listeners have sent this over.
Oh, boy.
Apparently, Brian Alvarez and Dave Meltzer have gotten into another one of their spats.
Oh, I hate it when you see the folks fight. Mom and pop. It's been so long coming now. The tension in their marriage.
And I'm reading now. Meltzer says what? Tweeted out some of the, history of this mindset from November 2020. It's a clip. I'm not going to play this right now. We'll see if we need to. Alvarez tries to explain to Meltzer that AEW has clearly defined baby faces and heels. Dave disagrees and says it's situational, and that Cody said so too, and that Kenny Omega is not portraying a face or a heel, he's portraying a superstar. So, with that said, let's go to this audio. We're going to break it up a few times because it's long, but you got to hear this. Again, the listeners are pounding us with it. Brian Alvarez and Dave Meltzer on Wrestling Observer Radio. You can see it on their YouTube page, F4W Online. Check this out. You got to see the visuals on this. Let's go to this, them talking about Toni Storm.
Toni Storm beat Harley Cameron. So the thing with this match was, first off, Toni Storm's back to being a babyface this week after being a heel last week. Serena Deeb's on the ramp watching on and smiling as Tony's getting beaten down. I think she's supposed to be a babyface, but she came off as a heel. And then it's like Toni Storm is the champion against Harley Cameron. And my God, it felt like they went forever. She's like, beat her already.
It wasn't that long. Let's stop for a second there. I agree with everything he said.
Well, yeah, that's why I don't watch the girls' matches or some of these, because then I would just be saying the same things over and over, but it's not limited to what we're watching. It's also the shit we're skipping.
If I asked you, based on what you've seen, is Toni Storm a babyface or a heel, what would you say?
At risk of hijacking the clip here for a second, they had something at the start. With Toni Storm kind of losing it a little bit and having a nervous breakdown and the silent movie star, if they had played that straight and had some restraint and let her believe it in her mind, but everybody else would roll their eyes and she's nuts, right? And then after she's established that for 3 or 4 months, then maybe the understudy wanders into the picture, maybe even just at ringside and maybe following her around, and you tell that story. And I'm not even opposed to Luther, he finally has some reason to exist. He's a fucking rotten, fucking god-awful wrestler, but as a fucking bald-headed Eric von Stroheim wannabe, he fits the fucking suit. You could introduce him, and he could believe it, but within 3 weeks, everybody was going along with it. Bing Mankiewicz was putting up with it. And then within a couple weeks after that, here's the understudy, and we're going to do an All About Eve. Well, goddamn. Betty Davis had been a star on Broadway in the scope of the picture for 20 years before the other floozy showed up. They just glommed all this together and threw it all out there, and now the understudy wrestles more than Tony Storm does. And we don't know what the fuck is even going on with that, because the understudy now is making out with the new Japanese girl that they found somewhere. And the answer to the question, is Tony Storm a babyface or a heel? Quite simply, obvious what happened, but then it got derailed by the booking. She was a heel. That was the place to start. That was the logic of the whole thing. But as she would get more, goofy and lost in her mind and everything in the black and white era, the fans would kind of start liking it, and that would kind of make her a baby face to the fans that was still becoming a heel, or was still being a heel. And that's where the understudy would come in, because then the understudy, and you'd have to have Luther by that point, because he'd serve as the agent also or whatever. Then the understudy would come in, and the understudy fucks Tony Storm, and it makes Tony Storm the babyface that they've wanted to like all along, and puts heat on the understudy now with fucking bald-headed fucking useless Luther. And there's 6 months, isn't it?
A reverse Precious. Yes, I think so. And I guess, would you agree that Serena Deeb was presented last week as a babyface?
Well, yeah, she has been most of the time that I remember, and she's the professor, and she's very technically proficient. And last week she was presented as a deer caught in the fucking headlights, but that wasn't really the plan going in.
Well, let's continue with this audio because it'll come up. Let's go back to Brian Alvarez and Dave Meltzer on Tony Storm.
At all.
How long was it?
Let me see. Let me get my...
If it's more than 2 minutes, it was too long.
What? They're trying...
I'm starting to like him more and more.
God damn it. What if he teams up with fucking Kenny Olivier, the goddamn world is coming to an end.
To push Harley Cameron. They gave...
She's had one match prior to this. Tony's the champion. They're trying to build Tony to a match on the pay-per-view in a week with somebody else. Have Harley beat somebody else.
Mariah met...
What? For all of Brian Alvarez's faults when it comes to AEW coverage and listening to certain people and repeating certain fucking spins, when it comes to the booking, he's pointing out all the stuff we all see. You can't ignore it.
Well, apparently you can, because the guy on the other end of the fucking horn there, as they used to say, is ignoring it.
Well, let's hear what Dave has to say, but I agree with every single thing Brian Alvarez...
Let's hear what Dave has to stutter.
Well, let's see. Tony Storm, they went 7 minutes.
7 minutes.
That's a short match for AEW television.
I was not a big fan of this.
And it was the only women's match on the show. If they had the only women's match on the show and they went 2 minutes, I promise you, there's going to be so much criticism online.
Well, you know what I have to say about online criticism? I would rather book for success than worry about online criticism. Yeah, I don't care if people are angry that it was only 2 minutes. I would not have Tony Storm a week before a title defense on pay-per-view going 7 minutes back and forth with Harley Cameron, who's had one match.
Boom!
It's making a lot of sense.
Now we know Dave is hearing this. We know that Dave is getting this information fed to him by someone close to him rather than an adversarial type of situation. Is he just incapable of the understanding of the same?
Who looked good in the one match, and this was a good match. I mean, Harley Cameron, for the number of matches she's had, is really good. They had a very good match. Toni Storm, instead of doing the gimmick, is showing that, in fact, she is wrestling seriously, which she did in this match. And I thought it was very effective.
Who cares whether it's a good match? It's not supposed to be. They're building to a good match that people care about.
It's like I said earlier, everything in AEW is a competitive squash match. It doesn't matter who the person they're pushing is in there with. It's not about Harley Cameron in this case. It's about the champion not being able to beat someone in 7 minutes. In this case, that's too long, but in other cases, we see matches go like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. You know what the conclusion is. It's all about just having a great match.
No, the last time
who's the heel?
It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
No, it doesn't.
Dave, I have seen so many segments with Toni Storm where there is no heat for the interview because nobody cares about the baby face. Because the baby face... Did you watch the segment they did last week?
Did you? Were you in the building when Toni Storm came out and she got cheered like crazy? This match did not have no heat. This match had plenty of heat.
Yeah.
Cameron was the heel. Harley Cameron was the heel. Toni Storm was a big-time babyface.
Yes, Dave.
There was nothing wrong with that.
Last week, she was a heel. Toni was a heel last week.
So whoever
and Serena was out there doing a sad story about how she almost died.
And guess what?
Nobody cared. They booed her.
We'll stop it there for a moment. Dave is incapable of really pointing out the flaws with the AEW booking, isn't he?
It makes you stutter and stammer like Dave at this point, to wonder whether that he really can't see what he's saying or what he's not saying, or whether it's that he can't figure out an artful way to deflect it, so he just has to disagree with it. He's panicking. He's making a valid point. He's thinking in his head, this guy's making a valid point, and I can't figure out a way to get out of it, so I'm just going to disagree with it, even though it's nonsense. Well, he disagree.
He flat out said it didn't matter if she was a heel or a babyface. And Alvarez correctly pointed out she was a heel last week. She's just suddenly a babyface now this week? It doesn't help long-term growth to book like that. Right?
Well, no, of course not. And nobody can keep straight from one week to the other whose side they're supposed to be on in this conflict.
Let's go back to what has been titled the Great Toni Storm Debate, Alvarez and Meltzer, Wrestling Observer Radio.
So they switched the thing around to follow the crowd. What's wrong with that?
Because they didn't switch it. And she will be a heel. She will be a heel the next time you see her.
It doesn't matter as long as the crowd reacted like crazy. This is on WWE does this constantly.
No, they don't. They have baby faces and heels. They have baby faces and heels.
Now at this point, Dave is like, you have to see the visual. It's almost like it hit him that Alvarez is right, but he was already ready to fire back with an argument. And he's like, he starts twitching with it, like holding it in.
He just can't, he's firing back with an argument. He just can't figure out what it is.
So does AEW, except with Toni.
And it's situational. It depends on who's wrestling who on what show. That's not. I mean, they have technically.
What's the last show where Drew is a babyface?
Drew McIntyre's not. That's Drew McIntyre. Okay. What about Bronson Reed and Chad Gable when they wrestled each other? Who was the babyface and who was the heel?
Bronson Reed and Chad Gable.
Yeah.
What match?
They should have matched last week.
Chad was the heel. And he is a heel.
Bronson Reed's the babyface. Is Bronson Reed the babyface next? Will he be the babyface next week? Is he usually the babyface? No. That's what happens. You have situational things, and that's what you do.
Lord.
Does that make any sense? Situational babyfaces and heels?
No, because it's not just switching back while you're interacting with the same pool of people. The side that we're supposed to take as observers switches from one week to the next week with AEW. Serena was supposed to be the sympathetic person and Toni to give a shit, but this week, and blah, blah, blah. In the WWE, yes, you do have heels wrestling heels or babyface wrestling babyfaces, and sometimes crowd picks a side, but they're not changing sides with each other as to who you're supposed to support, individual people from one week to the next. I'm trying to figure out a way to verbalize that.
Well, let's go back to the man who cited Chad Gable versus Bronson Reed as the great example of this experiment, Dave Meltzer and Brian Alvarez.
Everyone has it, because you sometimes make matches where there's a different thing. It's not a big deal. And it certainly wasn't here, because the match was effective. The match was good. And again, Toni Storm, who has done a lot of the gimmick so heavy for so long that has not shown off her wrestling skill. And she's going to do a match with Serena Deeb where whatever it is, they are going to go out and do a wrestling match. So therefore, if Toni Storm went and did her Toni Storm gimmick and Serena Deeb on the pay-per-view, it would suck. So they're basically showing she's going to wrestle Toni Storm, and they're going to have a good match. So that is... So
we can discuss this.
Hold on.
Is Dave explaining it or defending it? That's the issue.
Well, he sounds like he's trying to do both, and that's why people think that he's full of horse shit. But what the point is what he's saying there. If it would be correct then that, goddamn, Toni Storm should then go out and completely out wrestle this girl and slap a submission hold on her in about 2 minutes. And blow through her and say, look what I'm going to do to Serena. I've been training. I know all these holds. I know the crotch-locked leg strangle and the Guatemalan flying toe hold, and boom. Yeah, then it would make sense. But not, she's going to have a great worked wrestling match. She's going to fucking take 10 minutes to demonstrate all of the great moves that she can do in this fake bullshit she's going to do with this other girl.
Yeah, really, what kind of explanation is that? If she's going to go out there in the ring and have a match in kayfabe against this professor in the ring who could dismantle everyone, she's going to go out there and show that she can impress people in the ring by going 7 minutes with someone who's never wrestled before? Or once before on TV?
Yes, that's what he's saying, because he's an idiot. And he doesn't understand what he's fucking saying. He doesn't understand the words that are coming out of his own mouth.
Well, let's hear more of those words.
After the Double or Nothing match.
That is what
next Wednesday.
That is what they are. That is what the story is. The story is that she went in there and the crowd cheered her. The crowd knew who the babyface was. The crowd knew who the heel was.
They cheer Toni all the time.
But they
cheer her every week, even when she's playing the heel role against another babyface. She should always be a babyface.
Well,
there's no need for her to be a heel. She's never going to get booed.
Okay,
so can we stop killing all the other babyfaces by having her be a heel that everyone loves?
Okay.
I've never seen anyone do to Dave what Dave does to other people, like Alvarez just did. Up. He just completely steamrolled them.
Yeah, and by the way, the only reason why people know that Harley Cameron draws a breath on the face of this big blue marble hurtling through space is because she was the QTV girl. And if anybody would fucking not want to see any more of anything, it would be on what was on QTV. So
yeah, she's known for QTV and also being in a feud over gaping. Let's go back to Brian Alvarez and Dave Meltzer.
Okay, but
that's the problem.
Okay, no. Okay, what is the other thing about Toni Storm? What's the other thing about Toni Storm? She is the world champion.
Yes.
A real world champion wrestles baby faces and heels, and in that role, depending upon the situation, you are situational. That's everyone from Luthez to Jack Briscoe to Dory Funk Jr. to Ric Flair to whatever.
That's not what.
Let me stop it, because that's absurd to compare one to the other.
Tanya to Flair to Toni Storm. No, she's not traveling around the world to hostile territories, fucking defending the precious AEW Women's World title, one of the women's titles. Seriously, just Dave, come out and say what I said, encapsulated earlier. She needed to start as a heel, which she did. And if they'd have allowed this to flesh out instead of jumping a shark with it after 3 weeks, the fans would have liked it, and then she would have had some way to turn with the understudy and the evil agent or whatever and become a full-fledged babyface and there would have been some logical progression in the story and in the character and all these other buzzwords these fucking little fucking tap dancing kids like to fucking say. And instead, they booked it into a goddamn mess like they do everything else and just come out and say it. No, they're just cheering her because they like her because she's interesting, and that's better than most of this dreck that's on this program. But that none of this makes any sense from week to week or has any consistency. Please come out and say that, Uncle Dave.
And again, there's a difference in explaining, which is kind of what Alvarez is doing about the way this has all been laid out in reality, and defending, which is what Dave is doing. Dave is defending this booking, which has led to these numbers.
Well, it's like his mother's being held over an open flame if he in any way loses this argument. He can't be wrong.
Let's go back to Mr. Right.
What's happening here? What's happening is she is a heel.
She's not a heel.
She is portrayed as a heel.
You have to see the video of this Dave. The camera's on him and he gets really mad and he lunges. He lunges towards the camera.
I could be fearing for my life if I saw that.
No, there's a camera. He lunges towards the camera, not at anyone, so you don't have to worry, but he lunges towards the camera.
Well, if it was in 3D.
Well, let's go back to the great argument here.
She wasn't portrayed as a hero in this match.
They have her opponents portrayed. This is not an exception. This is an exception.
Harley Cameron is a heel. Harley Cameron is a heel.
This is an exception.
She was a babyface.
Yes. If you watch the show, this is an exception.
And guess what? And it is an angle that makes sense because Harley Cameron wrestled Mariah May, her protege, and
who is portrayed as a babyface.
Who's a babyface in that match, in that situation. So therefore, she's trying to get revenge for the fact that they beat up Mariah May. And so in that role, she is in fact the babyface. So she was a babyface. She got cheered. She had a good match. And
hold on 1 second.
She had a good match.
And we keep hearing that. And also the evil all about Eve. Whether she was evil or just a fucking opportunist or whatever, the understudy that's brought in to do we kept hearing at the start of this angle, we're doing all about Eve. They had grand delusions. They were Orson Welles. I think they're more like H.G. Wells. This is some science fiction bullshit. But the understudy is supposed to be the fucking catalyst for the heel star of our show, Tony Storm, to become a babyface, and now the understudy's a babyface first. So does that make any goddamn sense? Or are they just redoing All About Eve to make it all about Steve?
And again, Dave is vociferously defending this, which is crazy. It's almost like he booked it himself. Let's go back to this.
Oh, they had a good wrestling match where she showed that she was wrestling. There was nothing. I can't find a thing wrong with this at all. Not a thing.
Well, we'll discuss this again next Wednesday for the next segment they do with Tony Storm and Serena Deeb.
Okay.
Because I will. But
if they go in there,
yes.
If they go in the match, it doesn't. So if they cheer Tony Storm, cool. If they boo Tony Storm, cool. They're probably going to cheer her. But that's
they are going to cheer her.
Well, fine. That's fine. That's fine. What's wrong with that? Because
her opponent is being pushed as a babyface, and no one cares about her opponent. The exact same thing happened with Deanna. Deanna was supposed to be the babyface. Nobody cared.
Okay, well, if they go out there and if the fans don't care, then guess what? It would have been even worse if she was the heel. And Serena was the babyface. At least in this case.
Hold on, I don't even understand what that meant.
I've lost it around the far turn. There was a big bush there, and they switched places. I don't know what now he is saying.
What do you think of Alvarez kind of marching on Dave? I mean, everything he's saying, I agree with.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like he's saying anything that's out of the bounds of sanity, reason, or logic. Every point he's made is valid, and Dave he will not give up that fucking ground. San Juan Hill is safe.
And I think this is actually beyond Dave and Brian arguing about this. The bigger issue is this is one of those things with AEW they need to change. You need baby faces and heels. We've seen the experiment now. You need baby faces and heels.
And maybe this is why AEW, unfortunately, is listening to Uncle Dave as he sinks further and further into the rutabaga of his brain. And most normal people are forced to think like Alvarez, like normal, logical human beings.
What is happening? That's why I'm saying it needs to go the other way. Serena Deeb should be the heel. Tony should be the babyface. Deanna should have been the heel. Tony should have been the babyface. Tony should be the babyface going forward.
Okay,
that's what should happen.
Okay, then Tony should be the babyface if the fans. Sure,
okay,
I agree.
All right. Well, we'll see what happens next week when she's the heel and Serena's the babyface, which is what they did last week.
But guess what? Serena was not necessarily a babyface when she was out on the ramp at all.
She wasn't today, but she was last week when she's talking about how she almost died.
Guess what?
And she's begging the fans to cheer, and they won't.
Brian.
Yes.
That maybe.
He did it again. Brian.
Oh, Brian.
She almost died.
You know what? That used to be. Reminds me. Stacy on her cell phone. She customized Gary Juster's ringtone.
I remember this.
Every time Gary Juster would call her cell phone trying to get a hold of me and for some emergency, it would be Goldman from Family Guy going, "Oh my God, I think I just had a miscarriage."
Maybe they learned from last week. Is there a possibility they learned from last week and that's why they did this? Aside from the fact that it all fits into the storyline.
Dave, you want to know why I'll say no, there's not a possibility?
Okay.
Because 3 weeks ago, Tony Storm was playing the babyface role, and I was like, okay, finally they figured it out. Tony's the babyface. The very next week, they switched it again and had Serena Deeb play babyface and talk about how she almost died, begging fans to cheer, and nobody did.
Well, guess what? So they learned.
Okay, if they learned, great.
They learned.
We will figure it out next Wednesday when they do another segment if she's still a babyface.
Well,
where were we?
Well, it doesn't. As long as the crowd as long as the crowd's going to react, I don't care who the baby face or the heel is. You know, in this day and age, the crowd's going to do what the crowd's going to do.
So let's stop. That's a very interesting thing he just said. In this day and age, the crowd's going to do what the crowd's going to do. Does that mean the booker should give up on trying to push them in certain directions?
No, of course not. The crowd is going to do what the crowd's going to do when the crowd gets bored or is scoffing at what they're seeing and is not interested in it, or because they can make up more interesting shit amongst themselves or see more interesting things about a particular talent than is being presented on the show by the supposed professionals. That's when the crowd's going to do what the crowd's going to do. Every once in a while, you have a personality that they're going to like, and they're going to get into something that person does, or whether the Mulkeys, because they took that classic ass whipping and they looked like such nebbishes, but they, the people loved them. Or we had in the OVW a guy named Rod Steele. He was big and tall and kind of bland, but he got a fucking Randy Savage kind of sparkly cape outfit, and he would do a big body slam because that was the best move he had, right? And we'd put him in dark matches, and every once in a while he'd make television because I couldn't use him seriously as part of the developmental program. But the fans in unison, whenever he would body slam somebody, they would scoop, slam. It'd be like they're chanting for Cody right today. So we would have him have a dark match and let the people see him, and he would get to do 3 or 4 scoop slams in a row. But that didn't mean that we goddamn then put a belt on him and had him open the show for 40 weeks in a row. The point is, you've got to tell the stories that you want to tell and put your talent, especially your main talent, your key talent, in consistent positions. You can't have a guy portrayed as foreclosing on the fucking orphanage over at the Shady Rest 1 week in your story, in your program, and then the next week have him tragically befall a fucking situation from some other heel, and we should give him our sympathy. Fuck it, it's what he deserved, because last week he foreclosed on the orphanage. You've got to be consistent. You can't have... just because the crowd is going to cheer someone because they like them does not override the fact that you can have somebody being arrested for goddamn, aggravated mayhem 1 week and then be portrayed as a moral saint and a straight edge character the next week. That's what doesn't work in any kind of storytelling or any kind of character development or any kind of form of entertainment. You're just telling people, I can't trust any of these motherfuckers, so I'm disinterested.
Well, let's go back. There's a little bit more. Dave Meltzer and Brian Alvarez arguing on Wrestling Observer Radio.
How many times we went through this whole thing with John Cena for 10 years?
Yeah, and what did we say, Dave? We say should have gone babyface.
John Cena should have stayed babyface, yeah.
And when Roman Reigns was getting booed like crazy, we say should have gone heel.
Okay, John
should have gone with it.
Okay, each time, I never said John Cena should turn heel. I was always against John Cena turning heel because guess what? I think about business, and the business was that John Cena was selling the most tickets, and John Cena was selling the most merchandise, and if he turned heel, the merchandise sales would go down. And that's why Vince McMahon never turned him. And when he went to the house shows, he always got cheered. And it was just the TV crowd. And John Cena was the most successful character they had for all those years as he was being booed as a babyface. So it doesn't matter that he was booed as a babyface at all because he was the number one drawing card that they had that entire period. Except for a brief period, I think.
Can we pause for a second? Yes, numbnuts. Everything you just said was true. And also during that time, John Cena was preaching hustle and loyalty and respect and fucking make a wish and positive principles and never say die and never give up. And he was a little negative. You can't see me. But he wasn't flip-flopping between stabbing people in the back and turning on his friends 1 week and then being that same stand-up person the next week, or he wasn't wrestling opponents that had just come back from serious goddamn open fucking colon surgery or had deaths in a family and was on a comeback tour, and his opponents weren't portrayed in sympathetic lights. Everybody's point in this morality play was clearly defined, and whose side that a normal person would want to be on in the story, if you believe the story, which is where they had the kids and the casuals, and the hardcores booed him because they weren't happy with whatever the fuck, but the kids and the casuals were still buying all the merchandise. They didn't have him come out and say, well, fuck half the audience then. To react to this, they continued telling the story that made sense. Brian, did I articulate that clearly?
Very clearly.
I'm sorry.
Let's go back to the opposite side of clarity. Dave Meltzer.
Brief period where Jeff Hardy may have surpassed him. But, it was brief because, didn't whatever, it didn't sustain. And Jeff was Jeff, so... It doesn't, like, the whole point is it doesn't matter who they cheer or boo. Everything is situational. Sometimes fans are going to boo baby faces, and if they do, it kind of sucks when they boo a baby face. So that's probably better to turn them. But sometimes, like again, John Cena shows. In this case, I've seen so many heels get cheered, and it was fine. It's tough for a baby face, but if business is good, then it's whatever. Everyone cheered the NWO. It was great for a while. At some point, of course, it turned bad, but that took years. When it did,
it took years. It took 3 years. They were out of business.
And they tried to turn a babyface to begin with.
Well, that's the end of that.
Jesus Christ.
The problem is this is kind of a great way to look at Tony Khan's mindset. and the justifications he has internally for his booking, because he leans on Dave. And you hear Dave defending this bad booking, trying to compare it to things that worked in the past. Look at the results.
It bears no resemblance to anything that's ever been done in the past, much less worked in the past.
And again, don't defend things when they're not working. Look at the ratings. Look at the pay-per-view buys. Everything is down, down, down. So it's not the time to defend what's not working. It's the time to try to say the things out loud to cause them to fix things. And that's not what we got here. Any other thoughts on Dave's defense of Tony Storm's booking and anything else here?
Well, no, if they pay Dave per word or partial word, then he's making a ton of money, but he can't form a cogent simile and get to the point because, for one thing, he doesn't have a point to get to. Every time you analyze it, unless you go around in circles like he's doing, you come to the conclusion that Alvarez makes a very good point. Whether in real life or whether in the kayfabe storyland of the television program or all points in between, yes, the fans are going to cheer for whoever they want to these days because they're all smart to begin with, but there needs to be consistency from one week to the next, or if someone drastically changes their viewpoint or their moral fiber or their demeanor, there needs to be some pivotal point that happens to them that causes that. Or if a man's longtime manager and confidant gets laid out and we never see him again, he probably should refer to him, even if to say, well, it took me a while to fucking dig the hole, but I finally got rid of that son of a bitch. These type of things. And that's not happening, and Dave is trying to defend it. He can't defend it because it's not even good storytelling for smart fans, much less for people that actually would make this a profitable company comparable to or competitive with the industry leader.
He's out of touch with thinking outside the wrestling bubble. He's stuck in the wrestling bubble and he doesn't realize it.
He's in one of the smaller wrestling bubbles too. This goes even past the kind of interested fan that, watches a lot of the TV shows and buys T-shirts. This is all the way into the, we're paraplegics and can't move, so we're stuck on the internet type of wrestling fan.
Well, Jim, perhaps after listening to something like that, you had to place a bet on whether Tony Storm will be heel or babyface next week, or maybe you want to play the over-under game with your friends.
Well, now that you mention it, Captain Over, have you met Sergeant Under? And, if you've ever played that over-under game, folks, you know exactly what we're talking about. You might say, I think I can eat that slice of pizza in under 30 seconds, or I know it's going to take you over a minute to down that 1 quart of 10W40 motor oil and then bend over and light a fart to melt ice off a sidewalk.
Who's playing this game?
Well, these are games that we played as children.
You played this in over-under?
Well, I'll tell you what, you'd be surprised.
Were you over or under?
Bear in mind that the snow and ice in Louisville back when I was a kid was a little bit thicker than it is these days, what with the global warming. But anyway, folks, if you like to go the over, the under, or all points in between, you're going to love Pick 6, the new fantasy game from DraftKings. You know who they are. They're an official partner of the NBA. I don't know if they're going to be named in the lawsuits as well if they're an official partner, but they're certainly pairing up with them in this endeavor. And here's what, these NBA playoffs, they're still going on, right?
They certainly are, and the New York Knicks are looking good. They have a big game coming up with Indiana.
Well, and Indiana wants me. Lord, I can't go back there, but you can go back to the Pick 6 app. Right now, that's what you do, folks. You download the Pick 6 app, the DraftKings Pick 6 app, that is. And what you do is, since the NBA playoffs, they're going to last on and on until the end of time, apparently. They just do this forever. You're going to pick between 2 and 6 players, and you're going to choose if they're going to have more of a stat or less of a stat. Whether it be the rebounds, the points, the assists, the the felonies, the indictments, whatever it may be. Track your picks, play against others for a shot to win huge cash prizes. And, when you beat these people, there's going to be some hard feelings. So if I were you, I'd have a set of brass knuckles in your pocket when you're at your screen, because some of these people may seek revenge. You beat somebody in a gambling situation, it's liable to cause chaos. But fortunately, you can be completely ambivalent and anonymous. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now. Use the code JCE. That's very important, because you won't get a shot at those ginormous cash prizes from going over and under on those various statistics unless you use the code JCE when you download the DraftKings Pick 6 app. The crown is yours. The crown is yours, ladies and gentlemen. All you got to do, you got to reach out and you got to take it. You got to grab it. You got to get the brass ring, or in this case, the brass crown. Pull it on down and make it your own. DraftKings Pick 6 app now, code JCE. There's some fine print. You want to take over from here?
I'm not going to say anything. I got to rest and drink some water and have some fruit before we keep going. So let me turn it over to my friend.
Well, why don't you, while you have fruit, I'll just drink over here and do like Paul Winchell and Jerry Mahoney with I'll drink water and do this ventriloquism-wise.
All right, let's go, Knucklehead Smith.
Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 18 and over in most eligible states. Age varies by jurisdiction. Eligibility restrictions apply. Pick 6 not available in all states, including but not limited to Connecticut and New York. For up-to-date list of states, visit dkng.co/pick6states. Void where prohibited. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Hey, did you ever see that Paul Winchell movie they made, Stop, Look, and Laugh?
Yes,
with the Three Stooges.
Laugh.
Yeah,
the famous comedy clips from the golden era. It was one of those retrospectives.
That's right.
He was a very unfunny man to host it.
Paul Winchell?
Paul Winchell was not a funny man.
All right.
Jerry Mahoney was not a funny man. Knucklehead Smith had a few quirks.
Wasn't a man, he was a dummy.
Well, now, goddamn, don't be fucking casting aspersions like that.
He was a dummy. He was a real dummy. I'm not saying...
You've got your shortcomings, too, and
no, he's a dummy.
You don't know everything.
He's a dummy.
You know what Bobby Eaton used to say? You ain't the smartest motherfucker in this room either.
All right. Well, let's move on from this dumb segment here. Well, Jim, as we move forward with the drive-thru, I guess we have a follow-up segment of sorts here. I have an article that came out after we had recorded our segments about Ric Flair at Paisanos, a still somewhat mysterious situation that there was lots of footage of. The headline from WCJB.com, that's the ABC affiliate in Gainesville, officers investigate harassment of Gainesville restaurant after pro wrestler Ric Flair incident. Gainesville Police Department officers confirm they are investigating multiple reports made out of Paisanos, Stone-Fired Pizza, of harassment. The report follows Ric Flair, a professional wrestling star, being kicked out of the restaurant due to an argument with staff. Officers say they are investigating the reports of harassment. However, they say no direct threats have been made. Last Saturday, the Nature Boy attended Paisanos' location on West University Avenue while in Gainesville to celebrate graduation at the University of Florida. Flair was asked to leave after being cut off at the bar during an argument with the manager. The wrestler then blasted the restaurant.
Egyptian.
The wrestler then blasted the restaurant on multiple social media sites. He claimed he was disrespected after spending $1,500 at the business. Video recorded by someone behind the bar and posted to social media sheds light on the situation. So that is the update after Ric Flair.
Now remember, he was disrespected. He'd only spent about $500 because the $1,000 was the tip he gave him. He gave the girl in the middle of the altercation with the manager. But I'm going to give her $1,000.
And in terms of disrespect, I remind you what Ric Flair actually said on Twitter, or what he had tweeted out. He was disrespected more than I ever have in my entire life.
The man who worked for Jim Herd.
And for Vince Russo. Vince Russo cut his hair.
Well, that's true. Well, but, that's one thing. Russo could have been a stylist. He should have chose that line of work. He gave him a nice fluffy and a curl. Bleached him a time or two also, but nevertheless. So is now people, after they've seen the footage of Rick in that situation, and also Rick has come out a couple of days ago, and we heard the statement that he's said, well, maybe I overreacted, I should have walked away, whatever, kind of a mea culpa. Are people still like fucking prank calling them or ordering fucking pizzas to get even for Ric Flair or whatever? They're being harassed.
I'm looking at another tweet Ric Flair sent out here. Maybe, do you know someone from WWE who was just fired named Steve Rubin?
That is probably one of those newbies that's come in over the last 25 years or so that I didn't work closely with.
He was the senior director of TV event relations.
Okay, I don't even think they had that position 20 years ago.
They just fired him after 26 years. Ric Flair tweeted out.
Oh, well, wait a minute now. Hold on. 26 years? That would have been, I wonder where he started. 1998. I was there till 99. I don't recognize the name. Maybe he was a lowly production assistant or something. We were ships passing in the night. Go ahead.
Well, Ric Flair tweeted out a picture of Mr. Rubin. This is the worst professional move I've ever seen in my entire life, to let go of a man who was so generous and good, who accommodated everyone, including me and my family, and my world of friends. God bless you, Steve Rubin. I'm so sorry.
Wait a minute. It's going to be a traveling show. Nature Boy and his world of friends. Like Carl Casper and his world of wheels custom car show.
Yeah, I'm sure Ric Flair's tweeting this out because he was accommodating to everyone else. He went right for it, including me and my friends.
Including me, my family, my friends.
My world of friends.
My debtors, small and large.
But again, he's saying this is the worst professional move. Again, the quote, this is the worst professional move I've ever seen in my entire life.
I mean, seriously, it narrowly edged out fucking Brody's murder in fucking Puerto Rico.
Oh my God. Well, he says he was there for that, by the way, but that's a whole nother story. Yeah, so that's new. Well, here's another. I guess he tweeted at Donovan Mitchell from the Cleveland Cavaliers, the basketball player. Did you see this?
I'm not aware of Donovan or the Cavaliers these days.
Donovan Mitchell, sore calf? Really? You would think for $32 million annual salary, you could have participated in the game tonight and represented Cleveland. I've wrestled in rotator cuffs. That's what it says. I've wrestled in rotator cuffs after almost dying from surgeries and airplane crashes and never missed a match. I could never imagine missing an opportunity to star in a playoff game for the NBA championship. And you represent Cleveland. So disappointed. Apparently tonight, you are taking the night off.
How long does he get to fucking tweet?
Apparently tonight, you are taking the night off at the expense of your whole team. Any thoughts on Ric Flair tweeting about this big... he apparently really loves Cleveland. I had no idea.
Very fucking angry about this situation and in love with Cleveland. Well, somebody has to. Everybody loves some city sometime. But I know he's wrestled with torn rotator cuffs. But, maybe he's using maybe that's why the words are capitalized, because he's using some kind of talk to text apparatus or modulation or whatever, the application of the modulation. And somebody said, when the words are capital, that means he's yelling. No. Just the first letter of like it's a proper noun. The first letter of every word is capitalized on all of Rick's tweets. And it seems like you would have to do that on purpose. But we don't know how it happens accidentally.
Well, that's the Ric Flair update, ladies and gentlemen, because so many of you asked for it. Jim, another update of sorts that a lot of people have been asking us and we haven't had answers. Where's Ricky Starks? What's going on with Ricky Starks?
I heard he was hurt like 745 of the other fucking talent roster members.
Well, he just did an interview with What Culture. We have some clips here to play that Jace Nacarado pulled. Ricky talking about his status in AEW, his alleged injury or whatever is going on, as well as some other stuff. A few clips. Let's start with this right now. Here is Ricky Starks on how many matches he's had this year and his current AEW status.
As we're recording this, you've had, I think, 6 matches this year so far, and we're in May. 5 for AEW, then 1 for Turnbuckle Championship Wrestling. Am I right in that? So 6 matches in total?
Turnbuckle, yes. Yeah, I had a tag match there,
Yeah, and then like 5 for AEW.
I think that's Dusty Rhodes' daughter, right?
Yes. And I'm sure that, obviously they're getting some type of help, moral support, whatever. Don't know the involvement of Dustin and potentially Cody as well, but it's Dusty's the relaunch of a promotion Dusty tried to launch 20 years ago or whatever.
And I don't know how much you can say on this, but it'd be remiss if I didn't bring it up, because people speculate, oh, is he hurt? Is he injured? Is it a contract situation? Is a contract up? Because the last time we saw you was against Top Flight nearly 2 months ago. So what's the status of absolute Ricky Starks right now?
Good question.
I'm not hurt. Even that night, I specifically stated, hey, I'm not hurt. I was just like you have to be... I was just being cautious about it because I didn't know what, at the moment, I didn't know what was happening. And so, especially with this side of my body. So I wasn't hurt and I was never put on a injury list or anything like that. I have no answers. People ask me all the time, well, why aren't you? I don't know. I have no clue. That isn't up to me. It does suck, obviously.
Let me stop just for a moment there, because again, this is something we've heard for a variety of issues, whether it's status of a contract or a release or whatever. AEW starts ghosting people and they don't know what's going on, what their status is.
Yeah, and the last time, I'm trying to remember what the specifics were or of the bump that we last saw Ricky take that they're referring to. But he took some kind of rattling type of bump or move or whatever, and there was concern he might be hurt the last time we saw him. I remember that much. And then we haven't seen him anymore. But he's like, okay, I was shook up. Okay, whatever. Nobody's telling me anything. I'm not officially injured. I feel okay. There's nothing keeping him out of the ring, and nobody's telling him anything.
Let's go back to Ricky Starks talking to What Culture.
To not be on TV. But the support and people online and people who send me messages is very, very sweet and endearing and very encouraging from that standpoint. I didn't know that was, I was trying to think, like 6 matches this year.
I believe so, man. Yeah, that's going to cage match, brother.
Yeah. I believe it. If it's on there, that's a small number, compared to what I was doing the years prior.
Yeah.
That's crazy. These guys that were not necessarily working full-time schedules on the indies, but were working full-time indie schedules. He's working less dates now than he did that 6 times this year. What do you think of that?
Well, yeah. Well, and also for younger guys, greener guys, less experienced guys, if they're in the same position, which some of them are on that roster, they get paid, but they ain't getting any better because they ain't learning, because they ain't doing this. I think Starks is past the point where he needs to take bumps just for the sake of practice, but you can get rusty also no matter how good you are, and you can lose, reflexivity and timing if you just go completely dormant.
I'm just not I don't, honestly, man, I don't bullshit. I don't bullshit anybody. I don't try to play with anybody's life or anything like that, so I just kind of stick to myself, and I just always operate under the belief like, well, my work will carry me through any obstacle. Yeah. And I still believe that,
Let's stop it there. That's an optimistic thought to have.
Well, but what if you're not working? You're getting paid, but you're not working. So nobody sees your work, so it's not going to carry you through. He's being put in the deep freeze, possibly because he's obviously close to Cody because he was a Cody guy that Cody helped, and he's friends with him. Perhaps that doesn't sit well with some members of the office staff over there at the Friends company.
Well, let's go back to Ricky Starks talking about the reports about him being injured.
But how is it then to be in the position you're in now with the spotlight on you, AEW superstar, former tag team champion, former FTW champion, and reports come out that Starks is injured, man, and then you put out a statement to say like, no, I'm okay, and people question it like, no, he's injured. That must be like frustrating. Like, I've told you I'm okay. I've told you I'm good.
It was, and there weren't any like specific statements of this guy is injured. I remember seeing a list that was floating around.
That's the list we talked about on the air, right?
Yeah.
The injury list.
That wasn't even verified. It just was a list that people just assumed. And I was getting so aggravated because people would send me a text message or something like that and be like, "How are you hurt? Or what's going on?" Blah, blah, blah. And it's like, no, I'm not hurt. I don't know who's doing this. So when I went to go get my physical, that Mike from Insider or whatever, he didn't say that I was hurt, but people alluded to like, well, he was there to get, cleared. No, bro, I was just there to get my balls checked and do my physical. That was it. You know what I'm saying? That's all I was doing. So,
the problem too is AEW does nothing to dispel any of these rumors when they start going around.
Yeah, well, that would require addressing something head on instead of hiding from it. But
putting him on TV, putting someone who's over and talented on TV is what it would require.
Yeah, man, I haven't been. I'm healthy. I'm great. I'm perfectly fine. So I shouldn't have any type of like questioning of like, well, are you really? I was like, bitch, I'm telling you, I'm not hurt. Like, I don't know what more you want me to say. So, and that's the thing, man. I haven't been, when it comes to my career, I only had one injury, so to speak, and that was the whole neck thing. That was it. And even then, when I had the neck injury, I still was coming to work. So I don't want to hear anything about anyone saying that I'm injury prone or whatever someone may try to drum up in their fucking weird head. But there's nothing. There's no issue.
Well, let's stop it there. Pretty vociferous that there's no issue. And again, one injury. And we all saw the injury play out on TV. But he's saying that's the only injury.
Yeah, and it's not hard to speculate, especially when they're not telling him anything, and he couldn't just come out and lie. Say, if they were telling him specifically what was going on with him and he was bullshitting, that would come out. But, he's been supportive of Cody, and he's sometimes not towed the party line with things that he might have said because he was being honest because of the start and stop booking that he had to undergo. And, that it made no sense for a guy that showed that much talent and or potential and or whatever to be jacked around because he was one of the early ones. We didn't know that it was just complete ineptitude and they were going to do this to everybody. We thought it was kind of personal at that point. So maybe that Tony's just either Tony's kid friends are mad at Starks and Tony doesn't want to address it, or Tony's mad at Starks because he didn't like Tony's kid friends. Who knows?
Well, let's play one more little bit of audio from this Ricky Starks interview at What Culture, Jim. Here's Ricky Starks talking about CM Punk.
Oh.
But how helpful was CM Punk? Obviously, he's a very opinion-splitting figure across wrestling. I think he's absolutely great. Some people think he's literally the devil. He talks about himself. But how helpful was it to have him there? And also, I mean, Bryan Danielson, Jerry Lynn, Dean Malenko, Mark Henry, Paul White, The Big Show, Double A on Anderson, Tony Schiavone, Dustin Rhodes, Jake Roberts, Regal. Obviously, you're very close with Regal. But all these people, it must be like a dream to have these minds to kind of cherry pick and ask questions of.
Dude, it was incredible. Like, and even beyond those guys who have,
veterans status. Yeah.
Veterans. Yes. But don't forget, like, the Bucks are also two guys that I've talked to and gone to, and they've been super helpful and really knowledgeable as well. So it's not just the, veterans. It's people who are more experienced to me than I am. So I love all of those guys. They've been very helpful in that regard. Punk was very instrumental in my presentation on Collision. There's a video clip that constantly gets reshared where the pyro is going off and exploding and blah, blah, blah. That was all Punk's idea. Punk had a vision for trying to help out certain people and getting along. And I do remember a conversation with him where he was like, it's really up to you to swim, sink or swim. And I felt like I put a lot of stress on myself and pressure on myself to constantly outperform my last match that I had, just to prove that if he was going to, put his name on me, so to speak, or be the one to push for me, that I needed to do my part and make sure I never let that down. And it was the same thing when I had the tag match with the Bucks. I wanted to make sure that I didn't let the Bucks down, or with Sting. Like it's those things. Punk was very instrumental in making sure, like, hey, we should try to do something different with this dude. And I think Punk is the only one that was closest to really understanding me in that regard. When it came to, if you remember how I pulled up in the car after
that was the very first
home.
Collision, was it? I think the very first one.
Possibly. Was it?
I think it might have been. It was one of the early ones, anyway.
It was one of the early ones. Yeah, I don't think it was the very first one, but I had that, and then I was the one that came out with the Louis bag, and I dressed. Every time he would see my outfit, he would laugh and be like, "This is perfect." So there was a great.
So basically, when Starks was actually interesting and looked like a star and trying to be somebody, it was Punk giving him ideas and him being given the freedom to have his own and carry him out a little bit, with obviously being produced. And that shit kind of worked.
Yeah, and here's a guy who's actually saying nice things about the Bucks too, so this isn't one of those he's in Punk's camp kind of things. He's giving his honest thoughts.
And the question is, I wonder if he's not in either camp. I wonder if they're in a camp because he's not in just one camp. Or is this just summer camp?
He's saying nice things about both sides, but that's pretty much the crux of it. Ricky Starks talking to What Culture. A guy who Tony squanders everyone that gets over, especially once they become baby faces. But on multiple occasions, Ricky Starks has popped up and gotten himself over on that show. He's close with Regal. He didn't really talk about his contract status here. The problem is you have a lot of fans who really like him, and all they're doing is hoping he gets out of his contract in AEW and goes to WWE.
Well, I mean, sooner or later he will be, his contract will be up. It can't be open-ended until the end of time. They outlawed that in 1865. But the question is, how long is that going to be? And are they just going to, leave him sitting around at home? Or because every time they bring him back to television, at this point, it diminishes him. He's going to be over less than he had that opportunity early on, first couple years maybe, to be a top guy. But now people are just going to look like, oh, he's back again. He's going to do something. He's going to go again. And, I said earlier in the show, and I'll wrap it up with this. It's hard to get a second chance to make a first impression. But after 4 or 5 impressions, you've kind of made the impression. That's the way people view you, even if they don't want to. Subliminally, they do. Is, well, this always happens, or that always happens, or whatever. It makes you less apt to be interesting when you never are.
Well, that is the Ricky Starks question. One more thing before we get out of here, Jim. And to all the listeners, we just did a thread on the official Cult of Cornette Facebook page. Put it up for just a little while for some questions. 500 questions came in.
Oh, geez.
497 before we shut things off. So we have lots of listener questions. Biography be damned. We will be getting to listener questions.
Yes, but 2 minutes for each question. That's 1,000 minutes. That's 16-hour podcast.
Well, I didn't say everyone's going to get their question on. I mean, some of them are probably repeat questions or just dumb questions, but we will figure that out.
Well, there you go. Yeah.
But Jim, as we are wrapping things up, I've just received a press release from AEW.
Oh, boy.
AEW partners with City of Arlington for AEW Path to All In Summer Series at the Esports Stadium, Arlington, beginning July 20th. Tickets on sale Thursday, June 6th. All Elite Wrestling and the City of Arlington today announced a historic partnership that will feature AEW hosting a summer series of events on the Path to All In from the world-class Esports Stadium in Arlington beginning Saturday, July 20th. Esports Stadium Arlington is set to be a hub of cutting-edge wrestling action, hosting a multitude of AEW and Ring of Honor events throughout July and August. This lineup includes TNT's AEW Collision, Battle of the Belts, and the highly anticipated Ring of Honor Death Before Dishonor. The Path to All In dates at the Esports Stadium in Arlington are as follows. Additional Ring of Honor dates to be announced. So, Jim, Collision will be in Arlington Saturday, July 20th, Friday, July 26th for Ring of Honor Death Before Dishonor, Saturday, July 27th, Thursday, August 1st, Saturday, August 10th, and Saturday, August 17th with more Ring of Honor stuff to be filled in. What are your thoughts on AEW running in Arlington while they'll be doing Dynamite in other towns? They'll be doing the summer series in Arlington.
Well, and I know a lot of people around the world, and maybe some even in the United States, are going, Arlington, where the fuck is Arlington? Arlington, Texas is a suburb of Dallas. Arlington, technically, I believe, in the city limits is where Texas Stadium. No, that's in Irving. I tell a lie, but Arlington's the next town over from Irving. I lived there 40 years ago, pardon me. It's a suburb. It's in the Metroplex, so it's a small city in the middle of a big city is what it is. And so I'm sure they have some arenas there. I've never heard of this. What is the name of the stadium?
The name of the stadium that AEW will be in residency in, the Esports Stadium.
I've not heard of it. Must be one of the new buildings, but I assume it's not an NBA-sized arena. I assume it's something smaller, more regional that may give them a nice little more pleasing ambiance than the piss hole and the snowbank effect of 3,000 people in an NBA arena that we've been talking about. So this could be a positive step. Now, the negative step is from those dates that you read off, they got to draw some type of crowd. Even in one of the biggest cities in the country, some type of crowd. What, 6 or 7 times over the course of 6 or 7 weeks?
At least, with more Ring of Honor apparently to be added. The Esports Arena is a 100,000 square foot venue that holds up to 2,500 spectators for gaming events.
For gaming events. So it's not an arena. It's a big, like an expo center or exhibition hall, like for a Comic-Con, and they can put chairs or bleachers or seats or something like that in it. Which, again, is not a bad idea because they're at the point now, when in Ohio Valley Wrestling, we had the Davis Arena, we had our customized arena. It seated 450 or so for a sellout, but you could pull chairs away and everything was painted black, so it fit as many people as you had put in. And maybe they need one of these customizable home base arenas where if they get a couple thousand people, but that may be optimistic, 6 or 7 times in the course of a month and a half.
Yeah, when was the last time someone could draw regularly weekly in the Dallas area?
Or any area. When you're talking about in the 4 figures of people. But it may be a step in the right direction for them because it won't look as bad as 3,000 people in the 18,000 seat Reunion Arena. And they can play with the lights or whatever. But that may be the step that they need to take because they're already sucking hind tit, as they say down south, with trying to fill up buildings for Dynamite on Wednesdays, much less trying to fill these Collision buildings up when it's the less popular program.
Yeah, we shall see. I think I'm looking at their website now and looking at what this building looks like. It could be a very different looking, cool looking show depending on what AEW does. The question's going to be getting people in there week after week in Arlington.
And but that's the thing, is that if they can bring it down in scale a little bit and make it kind of have a cool look, gimmick with the lights a little bit so you don't see the empty spots, it's a step in the right direction. It's going to save them a lot of money. But we'll see what. But that means that people have to, especially the production people, have to spend a couple of days a week in Dallas for a while, from what it sounds like. But we'll see how this goes.
We will see how this goes, and we just saw how this went. Hold on. All right. We'll be back with songs and stuff and questions next week, and guest the program next week, and retro figures next week, and so much more. You'll hear the Jim Cornette. I can't speak. I'm done. You can't hear. You can hear the Jim Cornette experience. You can't hear it. You can hear it wherever you find your favorite podcast, whenever we put it out. Of course, the official Jim Cornette YouTube channel. Over 425,000 subscribers. Be one of them today. Just go to YouTube and search for Jim Cornette. Check out the Travis Heckel artwork. The official Jim Cornette YouTube channel. Cornette's Collectibles at JimCornette.com. What's going on, Jim?
Big deals. June 1st. Raise money for charity. Buy figures. JimCornette.com.
That's right. Of course, the Drive Thru is brought to you by the law office of Stephen P. New, 877-50-STEVE. And you get to hear his song again next week. 605 Superpodcast, the wrestling news, wherever you find your favorite podcasts. And that's it. We'll talk to you on the Jim Cornette Experience. For Jim Cornette, I'm the great Brian Last. Tally-ho!